Hey, Roger the announcer here, and thanks for tuning in to episode 151 of Take It Personal Radio. On this episode, we're doing an album spotlight on a classic from 1995. That album is Dah Shinin by Smith & Wesson. We're going back track by track with General Steele as he gives us intimate details about the making of each song off this classic album. Steele also shares some fascinating stories about D&D Records, Buckshot, Sean Price, and of course, Tupac Shakur. Get ready for Take It Personal's Dah Shinin album spotlight. And now, let's start the show.
Yo, what's up, world?
What's up, what's up?
What up?
Yo, what's up?
Yo.
You need to take that personal.
Take it personal. Yo, this is KRS-One. Checking out the Take It Personal radio show.
Yo, what's up? It's Black Thought from the legendary Roots crew.
Yo, this is That G.
This is Cool Keith.
Yo, what up? It's your boy Rapping On, Infamous, Mob Deep and all that. Shout out and Take It Personal.
Yeah, this is the Drizzle from the Wu-Tang, and right now you're listening to Take It Personal. Peace.
What's good, y'all? This is DJ Muggs from Cyber Shield.
Check it out. This is Chris Paul, and you're checking out Take It Personal.
Yo, what's up? This is Diamond D representing Digging in the Crates right here on Take It Personal Radio.
Yo, check it out. It's the infamous Bucktown.
Yo, what's up, y'all? This is DJ Premier, and y'all need to listen on. Alright? Chill. Take it personal.
Yeah, what's good? It's your boy KGR. Y'all checking out Take It Personal Radio with my man Solar Flavor, Kevlar, Aaron Wade, and the boy DJ 360. You heard?
Hey, yo, this is your boy Phil Monts.
Yo, what's up? This is D Nice.
Yo, what's good, y'all? This is Master Ace.
Yeah. What up, y'all? This is Calm Sense.
Hey, yo, this is OC.
Hey, yo, check this out. This is Freddie Fox.
What's good? It's your man, the original Dirty Rhyme Sound from Jerry with them to let you know you need to take it personal.
This is Take It Personal with Redman, and we in the building.
Yo, what's up? This is Bwoy, and you're blazing out to Take It Personal.
Take it personal.
Hip hop, the way it should be.
Keep it right there, the best in hip hop.
Spinning that fly shit, you heard? Hip hop, stay winning. Yeah.
Take it personal.
Take It Personal Radio, episode 151, and we are going to hit you with a Smith & Wesson album spotlight of Dah Shinin. Keeping these summer episodes coming tight. We had the Midnight Marauders Flip and Redo by Professor DJ 360. We then got into that classic West Coast episode, 3 mixes, almost 4 hours of just nonstop bangers. Good stuff. A lot of throwbacks on that. I'm sure the listeners enjoyed it. But listen, guys, we're going to take you now from the streets of LA, and we're going to go through the tunnels and the subways of New York City and head on down to Bucktown.
Roll them up.
And we're going to hang out with our boy General Steele. Not only are we going to hang out with him, we're going to spend like 1/3 of the day with him, because the interview lasted the interview lasted about 3 hours, maybe 4, I don't know. But he was telling us about his friend who just graduated law school, gave him his gavel, he wrote a book, he did this. Then we got into Dah Shinin. We're going to put him on the Take It Personal Christmas list this year for sure. So we definitely appreciate his time, and we know this episode is going to be done right. So enjoy.
Nothing says summertime like Dah Shinin, right? You're thinking rainy days, L trains, Timberland boots. It's certainly not summertime music, but in typical Take It Personal fashion,
straight depression.
Yeah. We pivot when something comes along, and this was an opportunity that we felt we had to take advantage of. We are huge BCC fans, and as you guys know, we've been putting off that tribute for years and years, and now that we did this Dah Shinin, we may have to push back that BCC another year, because we're playing most of the music anyway on today's episode. But it's a great album. 1995, it was up there with the infamous, it was up there with Only Built for Cuban Links, and we get to break it down track by track with General Steele, one half of Smith & Wesson. Right now, I don't really know where Tek is. He could have been passed down in a Uber for all we know.
He might still be waiting in the Zoom fucking
chat room. Yeah, you never know.
3 different rooms, dudes waiting in there.
But we had a great time with Steele, man. He shares stories about Buckshot. He gets into great detail about Sean Price. And of course, collaborating with Mary J. Blige, being in the studio at D&D, those great stories, and working with Tupac, living with Tupac. I mean, this dude drank all of his soda.
That's
crazy.
All his food. Yeah.
He was sleeping on his floor, and he was like head of security for him. You'll hear the stories. It was great. The guy is an awesome dude. The album is phenomenal, and we even do one better. In classic form, 360 whips up together a bonus mix, which we have never really done an album spotlight episode before. You're going to get all of the Shinin', you're going to get all of the stories, and then when you're done, you're going to get a bonus mix, okay, of Smith & Wesson's remixes, B-sides, guest spots. It's a really fantastic mix. I can't wait to get into this episode tonight. Dre, let them know.
First off, we dive so deep into the legacy of Smith & Wesson. Very special interview. General Steele, like they all said, what a guest, man. This interview was extremely personal. We explore the impact of the group's groundbreaking album. I'm sure you all agree this was a certified classic that helped solidify the group as part of the nucleus we all love as the BCC. What's great about this album spotlight is it allows us to go into the making of The Shining as well as the stories that take you behind the scenes of each individual track. So some of this stuff has never been documented, and I was telling the fellas how important it is for us to do these kinds of interviews to preserve the history. It's one thing to have opinions, but to hear it straight from the artists themselves, that shit's priceless, man. So this is a real important episode. I know it doesn't kind of coincide with the summer vibe, but listen, this was necessary, and that's why I love doing album spotlights and getting these guys to come on and share their stories. So Wade, I know that you always go last, man, but this interview made an impact on you. You talked about it a lot.
Yeah, and dude couldn't have been more generous with his time and just great with the stories, man, and the background info. And as you're listening to this interview, folks, in your head, you're thinking this dude's probably sitting there in a smoker's robe, because it was that kind of vibe. It was that kind of vibe. And one other thing that is really great about these spotlights that we do, with exception of Paul's Boutique, because that was a different animal, the albums that we select for the spotlight, they're not necessarily ones that if someone hits you with a give me your top 5 albums all time, you're not going to say them. But as soon as we say the name of this album, you're like, oh shit, that's right. I forgot about that one. That was a great album. I remember da-da-da-da. And what really did it for me was when I first saw the Bucktown video. Yeah. That was all you need to see, with that classic Chicago Blackhawks jersey and the blood dripping and the circle and the meanness. And it was the definition of New York City, Timz and Hoods.
Trendsetting, man.
So, this is your official Timz and Hoods check. Get them on and let's get started.
Before we get to the show, we're doing something we've never done before. So we normally record for hours upon hours, and then what you guys hear is the actual edited version of that interview. But for a change, I wanted to give you a different side of Steele, because we learned things during our pre-interview that I don't think many people even know.
I don't think he's ever talked about, for sure.
Yeah, so I think it was a different side, a vulnerable side, and we're kind of going to do like a cold opening to the show.
I like that. Cold opening's good. I like that.
Yeah, what you're going to hear is about 15, 20 minutes of us shooting the shit, and before we get to the interview, and I think you guys are really going to enjoy it, and it's also going to really put things in perspective, because when he talks about The Shinin', you're going to get a better understanding of who this dude really is. So with that said, enjoy the show.
A new promo code time for our online store. Enter Bucktown and you'll unlock 25% off your entire order. Take advantage of this great offer and grab you some new tip merch today, including some limited tees. And now, our interview with Smith & Wesson's General Steele and our album spotlight of Dah Shinin'.
Yeah, there he is.
Finally. What's up, Steele?
Peace. I don't know who room I was in.
Yeah, it was a different one.
What's going on, peoples?
How you feeling?
What's up, man?
How y'all doing, man?
Good, man. This is your first night off in a minute?
Yeah, one might say, if you could call this off.
Well, you seem chilling. I mean, it sounds like it's a good night.
Nah, I mean, it's a great night, actually. A lot of good things been happening, so that's always good for energy. And I took a grown man nap a couple of hours ago.
There you go.
There you go.
That's still trapped in LA time a little bit.
Yeah, that will do it to you.
Yeah, like I'm in jet lag denial. You know, but I think it caught me.
You guys probably don't do interviews this late, right? I mean, if you're doing the interviews, it's typically probably during the day. Oh, you got a Boba Fett mug?
Absolutely.
It's like talking dirty to him.
Oh,
just tickled his nuts.
Yo,
show him your Boba Fett collection.
Oh. Whoa. Okay.
He hasn't been out of the house much.
Yeah, no, I'm a nerd when it comes to Star Wars, man. I'm a OG.
And other things.
And they're gonna be teasing me because somebody stole my Millennium Falcon when I was a kid. Like, how do you steal a Millennium Falcon?
I hate when that happens.
Chewie, we're home.
It's huge, bro. Like, how do you, as a kid, how do you get that?
It's like 3 feet wide. How does someone get that out of the house? I
just said, you know what? I had to just say I had to back away, man. Because once my Millennium was gone, man, I'm like, damn. I had a nice collection, man. Everything. My Lando Calrissian gone. Everything gone, man. I had, you learn some hard truths as a child.
Yep. Hey, I fucking recreated the whole scene of that Psylocke pit the monster that ate the Gamorrean guard, and I stuck my Gamorrean guard figure into that monster guy, and I never got it out. So,
I would have never pegged you as a Star Wars fanatic. Like honestly, I'm learning something new, and I thought I've known a decent amount of about you guys, but you as a Star Wars dude, nope, never would have guessed it.
Star Wars dude. I was a Trekkie by default.
Really?
Yeah, I'm still a Trekkie. I be binge watching Star Wars. Cynical, be like, yo, what is this stupid boy stuff? I love all that, man. I had the action figures, all of that stuff. Man.
Did you catch the Book of Boba Fett when it came out?
No, I told you I was traumatized since I lost my Millennium Falcon.
Oh. So you haven't seen the shows on Disney Plus?
No, I have been watching them. I started watching The Mandalorian, but I don't know. I'll probably get back into it. It's kind of crazy for me though. So much going on.
It's a nice little man cave you got there. You got like a secret door.
It's the pocket door. That shit's from like the 70s. I love that shit.
The only thing is no
lock.
No lock.
You got it set up in a way where it looks like the background when they're talking to the ESPN NFL reporter, and they got all the shit in the background.
I saw that wall right there. That was dope.
So, I mean, we see your album. What else do you have back there? I'm trying to see. You got like a mallet or something on that shelf?
This belongs to my best friend. One of my best friends' name is Kenneth J. Montgomery. He's an attorney right now. Private practice, actually. And he used to work with the DA and all that stuff. But this is when he graduated, and he gave this to me. I said, bro, aren't you supposed to keep this? Like, is this like your thing? He gave it to me, and yeah.
It's dope.
Those are books. I'm just trying to kind of get an idea of what do we got going on.
Is that a mag on the top right?
It's a little bit of everything. This is you said top right?
Yeah, next to the record.
Oh, this is my book. I actually published.
You have a book?
Oh.
Yeah, I published a book. What year is this? 24. It came out last year. I did a jack of like Tupac's Rose from Concrete.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I had over the years I was doing loosely writing poetry. And I just say poetry loosely because it was just stuff that I was writing aside from the rap. And, I just decided I wanted to do a book. And initially I was like, I want to do a autobiography. Then I started writing an autobiography and I was like, oh man, this is hardcore.
It's hard. It's tough.
So I said, let me take some of the poetry and see if I could, do a collectives and just warm it up. So this is what I got.
It's nice. I always say we got one good book in us about our lives. If you can do more than one, you're talented.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Taking that nice crap, like, yes. Once you start writing, I need some help, obviously. Because once you start writing about your family and then you start self-editing, then you're not writing anymore.
That's right.
It gets really corny. So I said, you know what, let me stay in my lane. And this is just like my intro to that world.
Yeah, unfortunately, success sometimes has repercussions, and you'll have issues once people read what you write. If it's what I mean? That's the hard part.
Let's dive into it. That's what I say. Like, if you're gonna be, like, two people used to always say, like, when you're writing a book, and I guess I was too slow. And they're both dead right now. So in the beginning of this book, I dedicate this book to one of the brothers, which is Floyd Patterson. And he always would say to me, yo, you got to write the book. You got to write the book. Like, you got all of the work. It's already there. Put it together. And he's talking about the raps. So I just wasn't there yet. I was like, wow, what is he talking about? This guy's, he's well advanced. But it's true. As you see today, a lot of the artists like Nas and even like Tupac, you will find some of their rhymes in colleges and in schools, in churches.
Yeah, it's come a long way in the last 30 years, huh? 40 years.
Amazing. That concept is amazing.
Do you feel like when you wrote that book, it helped you more as a writer yourself, as far as like a musician?
It was almost, for me, it was therapy. Because it's like, I always think that I can write the perfect thing. And you kind of push things to the side that you never go back to it. Mm-hmm. And that was a part that I was dealing with inside. That was like an inside battle. Like, sometimes you can critique yourself to a fault. And like, people don't get to see you as a whole person. They just see you as this rap guy. Like, I'm not the kid on the poster. That's just one perspective, one portion. It's like, you gotta be able to surrender to your reality. One of my favorite artists is Sean Price, not because that's my brother, because he was able to be honest. You know, it's tough being an artist because you're still acting, you're still playing out this role, and things of that nature. So it was good for me to talk about certain things. I had got Soren Baker to review it for me before I released it, and he's like, yo, why did you choose to write this stuff? Because it's so different than anything that I'm rapping about. And it's just a look into me on a normal day, like a day when I'm sitting outside drinking coffee, having a bagel or something like that. I'm not walking around town with the pound strap down at all.
Right. So it was cathartic, but does it make you as an artist like be able to be more vulnerable, more honest, because you're able to tap into something that maybe you initially didn't realize you could do?
Yeah. I think so. I think that was my origin. I didn't start out rapping. I didn't know how to put the words together sonically like that.
Yeah.
So I was a fan of that, just reading. Along with being a Star Wars fan, like, I had books. And that goes with all of the imagination of a kid. Like, I was in my room. I was in Star Wars. I was there. I was mentally channeling everything. So being able to go back to that childhood, so to speak, and like, all right, in my imagination, I'm looking at stuff. I'm watching it. When I'm on the subway, I still take the bus. I still in mass transit. I love to walk down the street. And like, that's my reality TV, So sometimes it's not enough space for me to put it into a rap form, because you have to pick words and then it has to bounce right and all those things. But then the poetic form for me allows a little bit of free thought. And I want to show the people that I'm vulnerable. I don't want to always be this hardcore rap guy. I want to have a little conversation. And
I would imagine that's the toughest part of that writing in that particular book, because you're really conflicting your on stage persona with, who's inside. So, and that's tough, man. And as we get older, it should get easier, but that comes with maturity and depends on where you're at in life.
It's brave. And that's why it took me so long. 'Cause a lot of these poems will go back as far as like 2002, you know? And it's like, okay, can I do this? Is this relevant? And when I was collecting them, I found that it still comes from this source, from this organic source of this person or this kid or this creator that's trying to navigate through this journey of who knows what.
Yeah.
So it's really just like, it could be anyone telling this. And I think that it's helpful to me on a therapeutic level because I don't have to be Steele from Smith & Wesson. I can be Daryl.
Yeah.
You know? And then it doesn't compromise anything, because when I came out in the Shinin, I said, as a youth, some call me Tone, some call me Daryl. Now they call me Steele because I'm rough to the bone marrow. I'm telling you, I'm about to put on that suit.
Right.
And I'm being transparent, you know. But the book allows me to break it down a little bit. You don't have to have music. You can have whatever background is there and just journey into these sounds. Like I have a poem on it called I Am, you know, and I try not to make it too wordy, like I'm trying something. I let it fall where it lay. You know, it was one where I said, you know what, it's 2020. I'm going to write something new to put with this. And I attempted that, and I didn't like it.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm like, you got to appreciate the moment where you can create these things. And if it makes sense and if it's not like way left field, then give it a shot.
I think sometimes it's almost like when you get a new piece of equipment, it's like you know what to do, but it takes time to learn it, to master it, to know how to like do all the little tricks. And writing in that way for books and shit is completely different from, you know, writing down some rhymes. It is like there's a process. There's arcs. You have to know when the conflict happens. You have to make sure your words like come out, and it's like imagery, you know what I mean? So it's tough.
Right. Like I said, when I started to write the autobiography, I hit so many brick walls. I'm like, whoa! Yeah. Like I have a high respect for writers, you know, and I feel like for me, I'm eager. I'm a little bit enthusiastic, and I'm intimidated by taking that journey. So when I see certain books about the artists, I kind of know that they had the help. You know, they had some professional help. This is why I named my book By My Own Hands. You know? It's important to see how it would play out, you know, on an organic level.
Yeah.
I don't mind doing the interview, the proverbial, growing up and it was like this and but imagine a writer writing his own book.
Sure.
You know? Like, walk with me. I'm going to take you to Cephalo Projects where I grew up, 131. Starting from the first floor. I live on the 14th floor. So
I just think those rock docs, period, you know, anyone who can write about themselves, any type of music. I mean, I love the Prodigy book. Thought it was great. The Anthony Kiedis book from Red Hot Chili Peppers, if you've never read it, I mean, there's some heavy shit there, but he understood the process and how to get that across. So
I'm getting goosebumps.
Yeah, it's heavy, man.
I find it exciting. So, you know, you want to do that right. You want to do that right because it's, you know, it's a birth. It's a baby. It's your baby. You know, it's super personal. I'm working on something different right now. You know, to keep my zen a certain way. Like we got a lot of stressful days ahead of us. So I've really been practicing like being on some Buddha monk vibe. You know, I'm being extra a little bit, like more like mushrooms and.
Yo, I was just having this conversation with my wife the other day about. I think, you know, at this stage in life, how important it is to remain calm.
Yeah. If you got to ramp up with a purpose. Mm-hmm. You know, don't crash out because we know we are very sensitive. And that's what I learned about the triggers of life. Like, one of my friends asked me, like, well, why are you mad? I'm like, wow, you know what? It's so many answers to that I don't have an answer.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like, nah, I'm going to answer that one better. I'll be back.
Obviously, with your tour out and almost 30 years now with The Shinin, it felt time to have you on. So it's time. And being that January is when this album came out 30 years ago, it's kind of crazy, right? I mean, when you think about it, you're talking about you are still doing shows based upon a record that was 3 decades ago that still resonates with people, that still to this day is listened to as if it was a record that it just came out. You know what I'm saying?
It's mind blowing.
It's crazy when you think about it. And you know what? The other thing, I could be wrong here, but I think you and Tek are probably right now the longest riding duo in hip hop. If not, one of them. I'm talking about consistently still putting out music today, active. Now, I'm not talking about like the big boys and the Dre's. I'm talking about active, still putting out music, still touring, still cohesive.
The whole thing.
Don't hate one another. Like you guys are, when you think about it, I don't know how many duos out there right now that are still doing it like that.
I ain't think about it like that.
You know?
That's man, that's a good seat right there.
Yeah.
I'm
trying to think of anyone else.
Me too. I'm rattling right now. I'm trying to
So a lot of duos obviously broke up. Some MOP for sure.
But you talking about like doing song? You talking about consistently touring?
Yeah, like MOP,
new music, all of it.
I mean, look, both of you guys dropped solo records recently, right? The Building Bridges 2 came out. So it's not like you guys are still putting out music and you're touring together.
Right.
So I think that goes a long way, and it says a lot about the relationship you guys have and why a record like Dah Shinin is still important, because of that kinship, that bond that you guys currently have,
Like, it's interesting to have these type of conversations, because it just reminds me of, like, you said some real shit just now. Like, we just so busy with life that we don't take the time to check the boxes and realize, wow, we did that. We accomplished something really major. But I'm ready. I'm geared up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special guest. We have one half of Smith & Wesson. We have my boy General Steele on the phone. What up, Steele?
Salute. What's up, brothers? How y'all doing out there?
Good, man. Thanks for joining us. We're looking forward to breaking down this 30-year classic, Dah Shinin.
Oh, yeah.
It is a record that I was telling you earlier that still bumps, that still gives people goosebumps when they hear it, that still shows the consistency, the longevity that you and Tek bring together. And it's an amazing thing that after all these years, 30 to be exact, you guys are still touring, still making music. And here we are talking about this record,
We still eat together at the same table in the restaurant. It's a great place to be, honestly. Yeah. We've seen a lot of passing away in the industry. And, I was thinking about it the other day. Me and Tek was in Los Angeles for a show, and we're 50. We're like, okay, we're going to perform like we're in our 20s right now. And like mentally, right? But then we're like, well, we probably should go hit the gym.
If I shine, you shine. This day and time, we maintain the same frame of mind. Elevation. Walk it up, y'all. Start the circulation. 360 degree rotation. Stimulation as a herb is my physical creation. What we do to a hallucination situation. Got me thinking about my life seriously. Keep it real continuous. Feel like slip in the blackness. I'm prepared for combat. Protect my dome, but that's where my home's at. Crack my windows and hail as the mist flow. Fill up my mental and construct my physical. Spreading love to my Brooklyn crew. Heads on loud, then it's down behind it. Carry on the IG. Or hit me on the horn. Tek and Steele, hold it down. When you reach on that shit.
It's good to have like a partner that you can work with through a lot of different things. We can talk about our business. We can talk about life. And then we can transfer that into music and something that people can appreciate on the whole. So, man, it's great, honestly.
When most of us really heard you, it was probably on Black Smith & Wesson, Are You the Man, off Enta da Stage. That was 93. A year later, you guys dropped Bucktown and completely changed the game. I mean, everyone was like all on that Black Moon, and now it's like Smith & Wesson. Who is Smith & Wesson?
Here we go, breaking day with a mad lost session. Down in Bucktown, it's Black Moon and Smith & Wesson. Pick up the pace, cause we're right behind you. Black the pump got X amount of shots. Take one to your back. Booyaka, Mr. Ripper did the shooting. Cops heard the shot, shit's hot cause they're pursuing. But it's my stomping ground where herds get blown down. Think of getting crushed by beasts, you's a damn clown.
But you teased us because you dropped that single in 94, and it wasn't really until January 10th, to be exact, 1995, where the classic Dah Shinin comes out. And here's the thing, you gave us a single with a B-side as good as most people's A-sides.
Right.
Let's Get It On is arguably one of the best B-sides of the 90s. I mean, that was a perfect combination, right?
Yeah, thanks. Well, salute to the Beatminerz. Mr. Wall had us in the basement training us, beating us with Timberland boots. Nah, it was beautiful. We was in the home of Mama Dugard, and she allowed that madness to happen when we was down in the basement training. The funny thing is that while we were doing that and Black Moon was cooking up their thing, running around with Evil D, we were trying to determine what single to go with. And Bucktown was not the first pick. We had a song called Nothing Move But the Money. It's all about the cash, still don't nothing move but the money. We thought for sure that was going to be it. One thing that was a motivation for that is because we used to open up shows with Black Moon, and we used to use that one verse, which allowed us to go back and forth. And that was our whole thing. Of course, we were studying the greats before us, you know. So all credit due to the ones that set it up before us. Like, one of our motivations when we came up with Bucktown, believe it or not, was Know You By Nature. And you know how Tretch was out there rocking the hard combat boots and big, not gold chains, but he literally had like chains, and he was hatchets. So we're like, wow, this is like intimidating. This is hardcore, right?
He's hardcore, man.
Right, and guys like Onyx, you know. So we like, all right, we need an anthem, because we had Let's Get It On, but it was to another track. So we was searching for this beat, this song that we could put out. We had Recognize, and we even tried it at shows. We tried to see how people responded to it early on. And Bucktown was the one that we landed on. And like, yeah, this is going to be the anthem that changes Brooklyn. We didn't know how big the impact was going to be, but we had a mission. We was on a mission to make a statement with it.
And the reason why Nothing Move But the Money did not make the album was due to the sample clearance, right?
Yes, mainly, yeah. And what we like to say, divine intervention.
I mean, it's a phenomenal song. It was a chase record. Most people wanted that, and you guys put it, or someone put it out on a white label, and the DJs were playing it, but it was not on the album. So let's talk about the album. 1995, in my opinion, was probably the last year of the second golden era. I mean, it was a phenomenal year, and on any given day, okay, if you rattle off the top 5 albums of 1995, Dah Shinin has to be included. You have Only Built for Cuban Links. You have The Infamous. You have Liquid Swords. All right. Like I said, Dah Shinin's up there. And then for me personally, I'm going to go with Me Against the World, because that's my favorite Pac album.
Nothing to lose, just me against the world, baby.
But what I'm saying is 95 was a special year. And you guys are at that top. So let's break down this classic album, because like I said, this album means so much to so many different people throughout the world, not just people in New York, but like people that truly were day one supporters of what you guys were about. You start off with Timz and Hood Chek. This is like one of those smash your head through a windshield, as Wade would say, kind of songs. This set the tempo.
Smith and Wesson out of Bucktown, starting mad truck. Play the hard rock, we break your block down the rough. Perform a construction like a storm when we rush. Raising cane, hip shots, graze your brain.
Hits ripping down like thunder pound. Make a brother wonder now what other ill shit lies underground. We got more if you want more digging, but you got to be hardcore to get with it. As a youth, some call me Tone, some call me Doubt. Now they call me Steele cause I'm rough to the bone mouth. You don't believe me, G, check my apparel. Dress cold as bowls, so feel a cold bout. What up to all my cock strong troops and they boot. True to the game, staying true to they roots. That's how we choose to remain. Plus we just can't change and we won't change, still stay the same.
Timz and Hood Chek, my crew's out to catch wreck. Run in your crib and bolt your door to be your best bet. You hear footsteps approach as I drop the roach of the smoke. You can't react because your throat is being choked. Pull your biscuit, that's your ticket to escape. I got the trait, this my crime partner got the tray. I kick it hardcore, so these critics try to ban me. But I'm getting busy like the Black Gorilla family. Gotta meet my man at 8:45, so we can blow this town and leave the corpse behind. We ain't many, but we crazy, shady. Broke into a crib, what we did, yes, we smoked the fat lady.
That was exactly what it is. We watched Black Moon do their whole album. After once they dropped the single, Who Got the Props, we was in the dugout with them. Flies on the wall, soaking it up. And when we was on tour, we was seeing how they was performing. Buck is an excellent microphone controller. He goes on a journey when he talks to the people on stage. And Evil D is a great conductor of music. So you get to see that. You get to watch this. We didn't have any other access prior to that. So we sit there taking our notes like, yo, okay, we got to have this. We got to come out like that. We realized that it was something that Black Moon wasn't doing. And primarily it was like Buckshot was the lead artist that you could see. But Tek and Steele, it was no lead artist. We had to find a way to make sure we can share that space. You know, and they always shorted us on verses. They always treated us like one person. Like, you know what I mean? So it's like, oh, you the man? Like, all right, y'all got this much space. Like, come on, man. I want 16 bars, man. But it forced us to create this symbiosis. You know, it's for us what we call Dah Shinin. Because sometimes like we feel like we can read each other's mind. So when you hear a song like Timz and Hood Chek, this is us making our introduction. We are coming through. We the ones that brought the Timberlands. We the ones that was rocking the Champion hoodies, the cone head hoodies. You know, we was walking around crazy, and that was the energy. And it was our version of the mosh pit. Also like the sensory of like a Onyx. Dun, dun, dun. Like that was our...
And I'm going to say this, not since, dare I say it, not since Run DMC, you guys mastered the back and forth style. I mean, completely. You guys did the handoff better than anyone, and you still do.
That's
and like props to that, because that's really the whole style. I mean, bass lines and back and forth style, you guys fucking tear that up.
I appreciate that, man. I would say we studied those guys. We studied them, man, and they're part of our DNA. So whatever you hear is definitely like, you know, attributed to all of the ones that sealed it before us. And we be on a mission to make everything we do have a little spice of us. Like, what is that? What are we? Like, in the beginning, Tek wasn't even interested in rock. He's just a guy. He's that character. That's what he is. Then he had to cross a path where it's like, all right, how do you take this character and put him on this, right? We both being like reclusive dudes, and how do we get to this profession? So we had to say it loud enough, you know what I mean? And we actually had a conversation with EPMD. They had an in-store in Tower Records. Remember Tower Records?
Of course.
Had an in-store in Tower Records. And we went to in-store, man. We bought they CD. I forget what CD was coming out at the time, but we went to the front of the line and we literally knelt down like subjects. Because people were taking pictures, so we knelt down on some low key. We wasn't trying to steal the light. And these guys literally was like, yo, man, you guys got it, man. That back and forth style, like, this coming from EPMD.
Oh.
So that was like, wow. They like literally passed us the baton and says, okay to do it. And you guys are killing it, so keep going. So that right there was like sealed the deal for us. You know, it's like EPMD.
Yeah. You guys were like, the rugged, nice and smooth.
Yes. Word. I like that.
Real quick, one thing I love about Timz and Hood Chek and just the Shinin' period is that Jason mentioned earlier, right? You gave us a tease with the Bucktown single, Let's Get It On the B-side. So we were all waiting for this album to drop. In 1995, that was a very intro and skit heavy time in hip hop. And y'all were like, fuck it, man. Let's just get right to the bangers. It comes in, dude, you start cutting, right? The scratching. Yeah. I'm like, oh shit, this is gonna be a good one.
Yeah. The Beatminerz, man, they gave us the blueprint, man. And it's great because you got a guy like Evil D, who's the fresh guy on the campus. And then behind him, you have Mr. Walt, who's this guy who's been working at all these different record stores. So their knowledge of music is crazy. And Tek and Steele, who's just these thirsty wolves. Like, we can't wait, but we loyal enough to sit there until it's our time. You know,
and it was an experimental time, so it was a good time to get producers because they were doing shit that they weren't afraid of yet.
Yeah.
And speaking of time, we go to Wreck Time by Mr. Walt. So they go back and forth. So Mr. Walt handled this one. This is number 2. This is like, you know, setting the tone. This is the guy who's going to get on bass. This is the Derek Jeter joint of the Shinin'. Yeah. Tell me about Wreck Time.
You're too light to fight, plus you're too thin to win. And who you gonna call when I break your glass chin? Miss the Ripper, slicker than your sister. Turn down the light, she got hit by the fixer. Keep a lid on your lips so your wig won't get split. Better have your joint cut, my hands coming off my hip. This little nigga pumped the lead, that ass fled. 3 of your boys wounded, 3 of your men dead. Time to hop the iron, get back to my flaffy coming deep like hillbilly. Can't hear the sirens, gotta block them out my mind. I gotta get away so I can do more crime. See my brethren down the block, rising up out the spot, puffing meth in the hood where the spot is hot. My Timz ease tension by stomping necks when I'm vexed. Throw up your dick beaters, kid, it's time to flex. I am what I am, and I do what I do. Puff mad live, catch wreck with my crew. I am what I am, and I do what I do. Puff mad live, catch wreck with my crew. Sent to represent the real heads, the dreads on the scene. Now all the bomber clock talk must dead. I walk the fence and stress and tension. Hit the bitch, then hit the spliff with my friends and catch mad wreck with my man Tek. I am what I am. That's why my fans show respect when I slam sets. I don't front for you, your crew even a stunt. Roll up the blunts, cause real niggas do what they want. Big up to all original criminals, the ill political and all boot camp generals. I'll be getting charged with my squad in the project step, and you regret when my mob flex. Blam to the man that sham when I hit it with trips, so 4, 5, 6 when I'm gambling.
Wreck Time is like, I mean, we was fresh out of, still coming out of high school, you know, a little bit of college, but we still had that gritty energy about us and running through the city of Manhattan with Decepticons. So it's a little bit of like, it's a wilding song. It's a wilding, so I am what I am and I do what I do. Puff mad loud, catch wreck with my crew. And that's it. Like, we are running around town doing the most. Probably not a lot of legal stuff, but that was experimental time because it was just wreck time. It was time to just be wild, crazy, and adventurous and just go. And that was for the homies. That was for the guys and the girls that was out there doing that craziness.
The next joint, I think a lot of us became hypnotized by the voice of Rock, right?
Oh, gosh.
One time, like the beat dropped, which was Mr. Walt again, if I'm not mistaken, who did this.
Yeah.
And it was crazy. This is kind of like where, okay, it's like the first 2 songs, like Get Ready, and now we're buckled in. Now we're going for a nice ride. And one time was that joint.
Before I lay my head down to rest, I roll up a nickel sack to cess to relieve the stress. The herb and the calisthenics do a nigga justice. They fit cause I'm a slick and can't be trusted. I put up with none of them punks who front shit, even though some I used to run, but then smoke blunts with. Fuck the foreplay, let's do shit the raw way. Killer, he say, she say, check what we say. I'm dwelling in the cellar with my niggas helter skelter. Loading up the clips with lyrics, punks run for shelter. Smith & Wesson's on the loose with a noose for your neck. You let info slip out, so it's dead you get. There's the black moon, we creeping up in your room. Death fills the air along with the center boom. Open your eyes, motherfuckers, and greet your fear. Off with the head of a snitch and he's out of here.
One rhyme for the snitch dropping down. One rhyme for the heads doing time. One rhyme for the crooks committing crime. One time for your motherfucking mind. One rhyme for the snitch dropping down. One rhyme for the heads doing time. One rhyme for the crooks committing crimes. One time for your motherfucking mind.
Rock This Monster is the first rapper that I've met out of the whole entire 8 members of the Boot Camp Clik.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. We lived in the same project, and he sounded like that when I met him. As a teenager, he had that voice. Like, you know, so it's like he was already destined to be a star as far as something with his voice. I knew that.
You knew when he walked in the room.
Yeah, man. He's a giant, you know, and he's so good at what he does. I want this guy on the album. The beat just spoke to that. I knew from like when I signed the deal, I went and told Rock. He didn't even have a partner yet. Him and Sean Price hadn't even met up yet. So Rock was running with us initially. Sean Price wasn't, you know what I mean? Sean Price wasn't in the fold. If he was, he probably would have been on that song as well. I don't think they were still formulating Helter Skelter as they was watching us. So it was a reality to Rock. Rock was my friend already from the projects. I had knew Sean prior, but he wasn't rapping when I met him. He was just a guy from Brownsville. We was just in like camp together, just kids in camp. When I met Rock, he was already like that. So for him to set it up was for me to be like, yeah, these guys are next. And let's get it on. We coming through another, everything is gritty, man.
When you wrote that song, did you have him in mind to do the hook, or was it, producers going, hey, we need a hook. What do you think about this? How did that go down?
So a lot of the stuff that you hear Walt did, we cultivated that in the basement before we even start letting people hear the stuff. It's not like now where you leave with a copy. I didn't have the cassette. I was just excited going back to Set Flow projects going, yo, Rock, we just did another song, son. It's crazy. Like, I couldn't play it for him, So it's like my excitement obviously is going to translate to these guys because they're seeing it. They've seen the video. They're like, all right, these guys are really doing something. And to prove the point is like, well, we have studio, come through, put it. And we've always been like that. We've always been inclusive in that regards of like, we have people that's already talented. We want to try to put them on, but in a healthy way, not nepotism,
So Rock's always had that voice. How far back do you recall him having that distinct voice?
When we first met, he was like that. We both from Set Flow projects, and I stayed in the projects, but I was more adventurous. Once I started going to high school, I started staying in other places, and I started meeting other people. So Rock, what I would do when I came back home, when I was able to afford my first turntable, I had a guy in the projects, he was DJing for us. This guy was insane because he was DJing with 1200 and he didn't have a mixer. He had the regular amp and he was just switching from FM to cassette. It was like mind-blowing stuff. And me and Rock were the guys who were in the house making the tapes. We were rapping. We were reading the raps that we wrote. Before Tek was rapping, this was me and Rock in my auntie's house or in the neighbor's house primarily. And then all the other guys started to formulate. Buck wasn't even coming around. Buck was over there in Crown Heights. Tek was in the Star. When I brought Tek around, he was a superstar because they never seen nobody like that in Brownsville. Tek was like, you're like, wow, this guy from the Star, he riding on on a motorcycle with no helmet, with an afro. He just looks wild, right? Well, I'm cool. They don't know me for the wild stuff really in my neighborhood. I'm just a cool guy. So they don't know what I be doing when I leave the block. When I bring Tek around, they're like, oh my gosh, you know?
That's funny.
But primarily it was me and Rock building it up. Before it was Boot Camp Clik, we had a group called, I started this movement called Major Organized Sound Troopers, MOST, right? So that was our thing. That was my thing. I was like, my name is Steele. I'm the man of steel, MOST, acronym, Major Organized Sound Troopers. So I was thinking about always like putting people in a place where we can have this brotherhood, this camaraderie, where we can help each other. Well, it doesn't matter who busts off first. We have enough talent. We have healthy competition. And so, yeah, Rock was always in the fold, man. Always, you know.
On the chalkboard of titles of songs, you have to say you used a lot of W's in the first few songs. So you got Rec Time, One Time, and Recognize. So was that kind of like a little ode to, I guess, Rec Records, which was the other label?
You got it. You plucked it right out. It's bad. We leave little breadcrumbs and stuff. But that was a lot of Tek. Tek, at the time, he had a different kind of slang. Like, you see words spelled wrong, that's all Tek. Like Hellucination, Bwoy Bureill, and all that. Like, that's all Tek. Like, we're going to change it to how it sounds. Like, if we was pronouncing it. But, yeah, definitely.
So, Recognize, we'll get into the remix, which a lot of people know that song by the remix, but this was a Baby Paul joint. Let's kind of briefly get into Recognize before we go into Andre's favorite, which is Right Up.
Yes.
Yeah. What up? I heard that you got a little problem with the way that we roll in the heads we done raw. Sticking and flicking the bangers, throwing them out through your neck. Another beat down inflicted by that nigga Tek. And for your backstabbers, I got the sharp dagger. And the left hook that'll cause your jawbone to shatter. Who's skilled enough to come test the weed or two? Titans from Bucktown that'll burn through your crew. I got the vibe from the Cession in the back when niggas are strapped underground, puffing meth and kicking raps. Smith and Wesson coming with enough buds of skunk. Fake the funk and get found dead in the trunk.
All heads realize.
Recognize.
Real heads on the rise.
Recognize.
You better recognize.
All heads realize.
Recognize.
Real heads on the rise.
Recognize.
You better recognize.
Back again, make room for the bulls. Puffing the lie, getting high to a Beatminerz 2. Stroke my yak is where I live's at's a lot of rats.
Cool champagne.
Use my brain so I don't sweat that. Instead I map with a Tek and a dog. My man Ruckus and Rockin' your Ripper. What up, Bob?
The deal's going down like this. Run up at the mouth, watch your lips, and my boots do a French kiss.
Recognize, we didn't know any of these guys. So our breakthrough, I guess you could say, like, Mr. Walt is the godfather. It's our godfather. Like, whatever he said do, we did. Pretty much. We had no other training. We watched him. We watched Black Moon and we listened to Mr. Walt. And Mr. Walt introduced us to the other members of the Beatminerz squad at the time. And when Baby Paul came in, he was excited, enthusiastic. We was just like, okay, he had a slightly different sound than Walt, which allowed us to do that. I won't say uplifting because it still was gritty, you know. But Paul was a person we would go sit in his house and look through his records. So it was all hands-on for that. But I think it was important to do something uplifting for us. Like, it was still hood, but a chant for our neighborhood, give them something to, like, put on their back or listening to in their headphones when they walking through. You know, all heads realize, real heads on the rise. Like, still keeping in that vein of the theme. And keep in mind, like what I said earlier, we was trying to make a single, and Recognize was a consideration for the first single. So we was trying to create this theme, this call and response theme. So, you know, but Bucktown, again, we'll get to that. I'm not on one speed.
Well, when did you guys, so you said Recognize was considered to be a single, but then
we was in the beginning before the remix that we know of Bill Withers. Before the remix that you know, yeah. It was a consideration, and we had to, which is why we remixed it, because we like, okay, if we're gonna do this, you know, is this beat strong enough? Gotcha. So we had a lot of stuff on the chalkboard, scratching it out, and like, you know, I don't think Beatminerz was really interested in the remix stuff.
Different style drums on that one.
Absolutely. I actually did that beat. I produced that beat.
Interesting.
In the Dollar Cab Lab in Special Ed Studio.
That was a huge hit.
No, it was I guess you could say it's inspired by Drew High. He had the idea to do it. I went, looped it up, and with the drums and all that stuff. Not to take anything away from Beatminerz, to me theirs is definitely better, but I'm glad I was able to do it. I wanted to always do something for my neighborhood. I was just a slave to the neighborhood. I didn't know too much else. So if you look in the beginning of our run, our tenure, it's like most of our first probably 3-4 videos was shot in our neighborhoods, primarily in my neighborhood, like in Brownsville. So Recognize, when we did the remix, Recognize, we shot it. You see us on the rooftop, that's my neighborhood. That's Cephalo Projects. That's the building, that's 180, the building that's directly in front of me. You see us going down Pickens Avenue, and then we ride down Eastern Parkway. That's all our neighborhood. So that was our drive. Like, whatever we do, we want to incorporate the community, the neighborhood. We always want to let them know that we are, although we're famous and we're doing these things, like, we came from here. So hopefully we inspire you to do something similar.
Well, as you're saying this, it made me think, and not to deviate, but all of you guys had a certain sound, right? But the hits that you had were remixes of, like, whether it's Barry White, whether it's Donald Byrd.
It's classic.
You see what I'm saying? So, like, these classic, iconic songs that you sampled for your remixes kind of propelled you guys and exposed you to a different demographic. I mean,
yeah.
So while you still had that core boot camp thing going on where you guys all have that distinct sound, when you think of, like, I Got You Open or Buck 'Em Down or Recognize Remix, you can attribute those songs, what the greatness to them, because people can identify with the samples that you used, which were very unlike a very boot camp-ish vibe.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Which is normally very beat driven, but this was the first time melodies were coming in and your voices were able to ride that rhythm for a change. You know, that's the difference, I think.
So this is the genius of Buckshot. You know, this is the genius of Buckshot daring to push the letter. You know, because at some point we was like, okay, we have this boot camp sound. Is that what we was going for? I don't think we stepped in and said we want to have this boot camp sound. You know, you guys put us in a box and was like, okay, this is all we have. That's not all we have. Buckshot started making music with his mouth. He started going into a whole nother journey. And he started hearing shit in his head. And he wanted to materialize it. So that's where all the Barry White and stuff started coming. He'll hear something and hum it for weeks. And then he'll go, Evil D, I need this. Evil D is another kind of crazy genius, and he'll know exactly what this guy's talking about. And also the motivation is knowing that we need radio songs. Like, we was fighting an uphill battle with radio at the time. These got these great songs, but radio is still, you know, not quite letting us in. And we don't have access. We got to get access to the people in order for these songs to really live. So it's where those songs came in. Buckshot was totally against creating clean versions, you know? So when you hear Nothing More But the Money, it's 2 versions of that. It's different lyrics. So we literally created a clean version. Even Let's Get It On, we have a clean version for that. We was like, we're not going to be pigeonholed like Buckshot. We're not going to have this argument. Like, let's just change the words. We're not going to have the thing to pull back. We're not going to do that. We're going to we want our stuff on the radio. So it was an uphill fight in that regards. And we had to switch it up a little bit with the music. Plus we listen to that stuff. You know, we do that more than you would think. We're not just in the crib listening to some boom, 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 bam, bam, bam. Yo, that's hot, son. We vibing, we listening to the sound. And that's the one thing about Baby Paul that I got from Baby Paul that I didn't initially get from Walt and Evil. Which when I went to Paul crib, he would just play records, and I'm like, holy snap. Because I wasn't really hip to sampling yet.
You learned to dissect all the parts.
Yes. I'm like, oh, yo, can you do that with that? Yeah. All right. So, yeah.
And then you guys clearly made Bwoy Bureill for the radio, right?
I don't know what we made that for, but I think Helter Skelter, they don't like this story because we have different perspectives. I remember Mr. Walt making that beat and saying, yo, this is for Helter Skelter. I was saying, they not working on the album yet, so why would you give them this beat? I was trying to get that track. And Walt was like, nah, I made it for them. I think me and Tek is the only one that remember it that way. But I was so scheming on that track. I remember sitting behind in the back seat of the van, like just listening, hating, going, oh, I hope they don't like this beat. Oh,
funny.
So, and all the other, a lot of the sounds wasn't there. It just was dark. It just was boom, boom, boom.
Yes.
We are going to jump on sound. You cannot cross the border, cause we are cloud body. You will come, we kill you already, and you and your followers, there is no form of threat to we call. When it comes to lyrics, we have it. So come.
Boom, bye-bye in the body boy head. The shot is flying out the body guy like that. 2 shots dead to him chin. Enemy your friend, fake the funk, I put the junk to an end. Now who the rude boy want come test dog? I find his family, the ID him in the mall. I bet you never thought I bust lead. Surprise, I'm a 45 blood head just like
you
the
try
dread.
test the champion sound, you're getting bucked down. Recognize the Boot Camp Clik out of Bucktown. Gun-thirsty little bastard, always blasted from the sacks of chocolate of mother casting. You say you're number one wicked selector. I say you Panani and I wet ya. Keep the bull for a pull, this your trigger. Cause you don't wanna test me when I'm tipsy off the liquor like the punk they call McGirt. Got his feelings hurt, showed his true colors, had to yank up his skirt. Now he's in misery, trying to cop a plea. Led to him head from gun clapper number 3. See, lick off a shot, you know dick rider. Lick a shot, put on and up on fire. Now everybody wanna be Don Gaga, and all around New York niggas be talking, but we be stalking.
I mean, thank God they didn't take that one. I mean, to me, this song felt like a track that was dedicated to the apocalypse, man. I look back and I'm like, think how fortunate you guys are that you can talk about how this song like dropped in your laps and whether you took it or schemed it. I mean, this song was very, very like heavy for me. Like I could play the instrumental for days. I could play your version for days. I mean, this song was very, very strong in my repertoire and it meant a lot to me. The Wind by itself with the bass line. With the wind. It was like the last days of time. Now, most people probably thought you guys did the little reggae voice, but that's of course Super Beagle, that's the sound boy.
Right.
That to me set off the whole sound for kind of your reggae influence.
Well, it is a weeping and a mourning and a gnashing of teeth in the dance hall, and who all teeth will run pon them gum, cause when time it come to my sound, which is the champion sound.
You even kind of went into your own lyrics that way, where it almost sounds like you guys were like, you know, these dusters from back in Jamaica, you know? Yeah. It was really fucking good and real creative. So not until like the whole sample, you know, Rare Groove Records were popping up that people realized that it was a sample, but you guys used it so well. It just
we lucked out.
go into that just a little bit.
Yeah, we lucked out. That's again, the Beatminerz, man, they dig deep. They dig deep. For a while, we got away with telling people that was Mr. Brown. That's what Tek would say. That's Mr. Brown. That's the homie. Honestly, I didn't know who it was. So I was like, all right, hey, you know, plausible deniability. That's the homie, Mr. Brown, what he said. I'm not sure. When we got the track, that wasn't in there. So I don't know if we just, like you said, apocalyptic it's interesting that you use that word because it makes sense. It gives context to why Mr. Walt would think it would fit a Helter Skelter, you know, because they have a different thing. I think that's where I was going with it. But my little brother, Top Dog, as you know him as Top Dog or OGC, he was the guy who was playing like 98%, 99% reggae in the house, right? So I wasn't really into reggae that much. You know, I know a little bit of it, but he was playing it like he was into it heavy. So that's it. So that was a motivation for me to go, I want to get him involved. And to keep it real, he's the reggae guy. So we're gonna start with boom. I said, yo, you gotta. He didn't know how to write no rap. Me and Tek was definitely over the right shoulder and the left shoulder, going, well, say this and try this, and you know he'll fit in the word. And we'll go, yo, start it with something because he know all the reggae songs. Also, he's like, yo, pick something that's cool. And,
he knew the vernacular.
He knew the vernacular. It was like we just had to walk him through it, give him some lines, set him up, and you know he nailed it. And then we just followed suit, and everything from there was a build up. It wasn't my idea to like put string on there. I think that came was because guys was thinking, all right, let's try to get OGC fitted into the track or something. At that point, I was good with the first verse. Like when it go boom, bye, I'm like, oh, boom, boom, just play that like 15 times. Cool.
This is like the first appearance of like the OGC technically, right? On this song.
Yes.
Did and look at Andre smiling from ear to ear when he thinks of this song. This is up there with his Patra poster he used to have back in the day.
I love that.
What? He would learn patois for 2 years after this song came out. He was so enamored with this song.
Hey yo! My wife, she wanna know what you're doing this weekend. She could get up some food and thing that me I figure bring the picnic or a good time. Boop, boop, boop.
I was eating all the Caribbean food. Forget it.
Did your brother have anything to do with the remix of the song? Because the remix definitely keeps tradition of that reggae influence.
Yeah.
But also you could dance to it because it kind of sampled Hold On. So, had that En Vogue vibe.
That was a jack. Honestly. Yeah. That was a jack.
But it definitely had more of a dance hall-ish.
Yeah, of course. Because what we did, that's when you conscious of it now. You know what I mean? And having conversations with Drew Ha, again, fighting that uphill battle, even though Soundboy was a good song, radio was not really trying to vibe it. Sometimes we just felt like we was blacklisted, but a lot of artists felt like that. Mm-hmm. I think we made attempts to create those songs, hopefully to get more traction on the radio. We lucked up. At the time, we did a freestyle. I think it was with Doo-Wop, and it was over the Hold On beat. And yeah, we was rhyming about weed.
I got a slab of corned beef in the yard man sack. Dark Fonto with a double A black for my bread dread Freddy. Heads ain't ready. You watch chop turntables up like machetes. Getting bent in the queue is a daily thing to do. Well, peep me in the Timz on 2/5 coming through in the zone on my own on point with the chrome. To all my heads on lock, I see you when you get home.
Yo, this is like we freestyling. It would be better if we made a song to this. So I went to Drew Ha and he was like, yeah, let's loop it up and let's do it. So I got 2 productions on the remixes, man. Like fun fact,
I don't think you were blacklisted. I think you scared the shit out of program directors.
You know what?
Especially when they heard Timz and Hood Chek, they're like, okay, not safe for radio.
Yeah. You might be right with that one. Yeah, Smith and Wesson, the name was already intimidating. So
In tradition of keeping it moving, the next joint is KM. Mr. Walt did this one.
Yeah.
Those 90s horns, man. Those 90s horns.
When the boom spot close, yo, we gotta keep it moving. When your shorties act up, hey, yo, we gotta keep it moving. When the Philly get hot, straight up, we gotta keep it moving. When shit just ain't right, yo, we gotta keep it moving. Who's that knocking? knocking at my door. I hope it's a friend of me, cause we at war with the enemy. We keep eyes out for spies out in our cipher. I'll man trife if I take a life, then I'm a die life. Unless I control the stress. Ease up, roll off the set, get with Tek. Walk around again with Mr. Brown and his Jamaican friend. Never to sleep again unless I want my life to end.
Blood, let me take watch of the battlefield. Mr. Ripper MP, do your skill. Any and every enemy befriending we. Don't believe the forefront of the industry. Cushion pain makes the brains feel soothing. Constant elevation, so we gotta keep it moving.
Now when the set gets hot,
we gotta keep it moving.
And when it's time to get dough,
we gotta keep it moving.
It's time to big up the spot, kid.
So let's get it moving.
Gotta let these heads know.
Time to get it moving.
I don't want to incriminate anybody, but we was on a train, and like we used to have these we used to go on a train and we just wild out on the train, man. It's crazy, kids do that sort of stuff. But we used to just wild out on the train. We used to get on the 3 train, the A train, and go through the city and just go through the whole metro, just doing crazy stuff. And it's called like a lot of assaults, man. I hate to say it, man, a lot of assaults. We wasn't graffiti writers, but we was tearing the town up. And we would call it the what, right? That was our mission. We going on the what? We going on the what? A bunch of kids just wilding. So imagine a bunch of kids running past you through the city and just, we like smack your hat off and, mischievous stuff. Let's just say that. Keep it there. So this is where the concept of just keeping it moving is. Like we had a friend who was really, crazy guy. He wound up getting locked up behind doing some nefarious stuff. And we was thinking, all right, we don't want to go that far with it. So we got to keep it moving. KIM, just stay motivated. And again, it was Tek genius to go with the acronyms as opposed to just spelling it out. That was the life we was living. Crazy little kids, man. We could have went to jail with this guy.
And another thing that I think was great about this song is it kind of changed the tempo of the album. This song was like an upbeat. It was still a headbanger, but it was more up tempo, and the songs before it were a little more slower and darker.
Right. Indeed.
And so, a lot of this speaks to the sequencing of the album, which is one of the things I really love so much about the album is the way you arrange the songs. And we can get into that a little bit later, but a prime example of sequencing the album really well.
Yeah. Yeah. We like Beatminerz, man, these guys, they mingle with the best, these guys mingle with the best. Like we're in the A room. DJ Premier's in the B room. DJ Premier's in the B room only because he likes how the B room sounds. So he wants the B room. And Mr. Walton, they want the A room. The A room is what I call the enterprise. It's the huge 64, 68 tracks. And I know nothing.
You see a Neve board, it's very intimidating because you're like, what the fuck am I pressing?
You got the 2-inch tapes. I'm like, this is fascinating. Okay, how do you do that? Imagine dubbing and overdubbing. So we had to learn how to do these things. We were schooled and we didn't have too much wiggle room.
Yeah.
So I'm grateful for that because it taught us how to appreciate laying your verses. We learned on a job, and when we would go home, we was broke. For a big part of that recording of that album, I was homeless, no place to live.
Crazy.
Family members, I could do the couch surfing, but I didn't know what couch surfing was. And my side of the world, family they're not really welcoming at times. So we was really living that on the verge of street life type vibe, outside all night long, breaking day, literally staying outside with buckshot, smoking marijuana all day long. So that was our mentality. When the boom spot go, we got to keep it moving. We was really living like that. And we was not looking for violence. We wasn't outside. We went through the mischievous part as kids do because that's what's out there. And we're trying to find some excitement. We experiment. But we're trying to see where we can take this other creative aspect. And we noticed that we got something. So we're trying to motivate each other like that. Keep it moving, son. Keep it moving. when I first heard Method Man, yo, I got a KIM, I was like, yo, we made it. They using our lingo? Yes. Woo.
We talked earlier about Bucktown, so I don't want to go back into it. But tell me a few notable artists that you were taken aback by when they said, yo, that joint, I heard it. Like people that you looked up to, or people just out of the blues hit you with
Prodigy.
Okay.
We might have a whole bunch of Bucktowners waiting to get off the train and surround us. Jay-Z. Cough up along where I'm some. Yo, Biggie.
Nice.
What more can I say? Who else do I really need?
No, I mean, you just mentioned some of the greatest. So
I mean, one of the first rappers I heard say our name in a rap was Redman, and that's like one of my top guys. You know, Redman. So when you talk about putting the album together and sequencing, Redman is another one. His sequence game is phenomenal. His skits game is phenomenal. We wanted skits. The record label told us you get paid for 10 songs. We were like, wow, okay. So we can't hold the 10. We just gonna let it all go out. Whatever it is. So we have, I don't want to rush. Just keep it in context. We have got to like, 1-2 skits or something like that.
Yeah. But before we get off Bucktown, I will say this. The sample was perfect.
Yeah.
Using that sample, the very few songs have perfect samples. That one did. And I don't know, man. It took me a long time to mimic that hook. The way you kind of roll the words and shit with the original it was like fucking, for a white dude, you know, the phonetics just don't go in that direction. So it took me a while, but I fucking mastered it.
Home with the original gun clappers. 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 Another murderer, just another prankster. Rude boy dead, cause I'm taught him was a gangster. Tried to live the life of a hood from the streets. Test the wrong dread, now I'm in eternal sleep. Mr. Ripper Eye, lurk in the sty. Twist up the ganja when I wanna get high. With my brethren, up who the session. Learn your lesson or get blasted by Mr. Smith or Mr. Wesson. Bucktown's everywhere, I swear. It's clear to me. You feel the weed, now I really see. Nightfall round the way. Original has come out to play. Puck fur break through. It's just a regular. Every day, stay to be and I. Mind's all the way, rhymes feed the mind in time. I find reality follows me where I roam. 360 degrees back home, back home.
I'll tell you a funny story about that. Right? When we was recording it, Mr. Walt had decided to go, yo, I want to switch it up and have this guy say this part and this guy say this part. So I was in there saying, Bucktown. And he was like, yo, what's wrong with your voice? I sounded horrible because I don't know if I was caught in between a harmonizing and using my regular voice. Bucktown. Like, yo, you know what? Come on. We need somebody to just say it. Just say it like you're saying it. And then when you get to the home of the original, like that's Top Dog saying that part. And I'm saying one part. So we had to really work through that too. So it's not really
It was good though, man.
Yeah.
So there's like 3 songs where you can play the first second, maybe even half a second of that track, and Bucktown's one of them. Mine's Playing Tricks with that beat, and then I'd say Flavor in Your Ear, and it's right up there. Those 3 songs, all you got to do is hear half a second, maybe 1 full second, and you just Bucktown.
Yeah.
That'd be great for that Jamie Foxx show.
Y'all ready to play? Come on, let's take a look at this next category. You know what? I've been a bad host. Okay, I do not want to stereotype. I'm telling you, I know everybody knows hip hop. I'm just kidding. Here we go. A lot of money on the board. $3,000. Hit it.
I'm grateful because that song is one of the ones. Like when we go, we just performed in Coney Island with Gorilla Nims, and he brought out these guys from all the 5 boroughs. And it was done well. It's chaotic hip hop at its finest. But to be on the stage representing Brooklyn and going Bucktown in the middle of Coney Island is crazy. Like you said, 30 years later, it feels fresh. It feels huge. You know, it feels massive. You know, so I'm grateful that song traveled to where it goes because we don't have to do no other songs. And sometimes I'd be upset about that. I'm like, yo, we got mad John Blaze stuff, yo. We got 7 more albums. But they go, let me hear Bucktown, let me hear Soundboy, let me hear, you know.
The next joint is Stand Strong, which, not to deviate, but you did a Tiny Desk before Tiny Desk even became what it is today, 2018, and this was one of the joints that you did on there, and it's a dope joint. I want you to just tell the listeners, you know, 1 or 2 things that you remember when making this joint.
Daybreak sneaks upon my camp once more. Niggas drowning in blackness stretched on the floor. Breakfast is served, a killer dealer from the sky. Oh boy, I go heaven, but no boy, I wanna die. Watch that thin line of rap and reality. Get yourself hurt, even cause fatal casualties. See, let me explain. This ain't no game. The words you talk can have you coming right about your frame. You understand where I'm coming from, Slim? Bucktown's the state of mind that I'm trapped in. If you wanna see me, have some sense. Keep your actions real, everything could be a read. Wicked-minded youth, then my lick off a shot. Cause the roots Philly round my way to get hot. Had to relocate, update with my inner. Build and destroy when I step in the center. A decipher in the night. Who roll tight? Boot Camp Clik, no doubt. That's right, now you're sinking the sad him. Asking me to stop them from throwing away your sloppy double-chined husband. Mr. Ripper, I got lyrics out the Timz. Heard the pride so bad, make you never talk again. Then you call yourself a man. I cram to understand. Never step into your business unless you got a clan. I walk around town with my pound strapped down. That's only because it's mad real in Bucktown. It gets mad deep in the streets when you gotta watch your back for the beast, enemies, even your peeps.
I step to my business, stand strong on my own too. Do what I have to do to get through. If you for real and you know the deal,
I do or die.
And I never ran, never will.
Stand strong is personal. You know, it's like I said, I was in a place where I was, you know, just down. You know, I mean, we didn't have any money, but we had each other. And this is going to hear, we're going to hear like a lot of the next songs that you name are going to go to that.
What, you got an Ewok on your lap? What is that?
Man's about to tell a deep story and you bring up friggin' Ewok.
Big, say what up. What's up?
Sorry.
More Nah, but it was rough times that we was going through, man. So that's like, you know, just trying to have these themes that can inspire us to stay on it. I can't remember the exact year. This is where Tek would be like, he's like the Wolverine of this shit. He remembers like stuff, a lot of like key points. But I know going through this hard space for us, and it seemed like a lot of I guess adversarial shit. Going to the studio was not fun. I mean, it was fun being in the studio, but like we was literally still doing shit like hopping the subway. You know, we wasn't rolling in the Cadillac. We wasn't getting picked up in the cab. We was sharing a hero sandwich. You know, we wasn't in no green. We didn't know nothing about what it was supposed to be. We just knew that we wanted to get to work.
And these are independent studios. It's not like it was plush. A lot of shit went down in these places.
A lot in that year. So yeah, and well, what was great, but it was being in D&D, because at that time we was out of the basement, and we started seeing all these New Yorkers. We seeing the East New York cats. We seeing the Uptown guys. We seeing some of the Queens guys coming through, and it's trippy.
Yeah,
it is trippy, man. It's trippy. And one thing that's beautiful about it is about hip hop. It's like being in the game room. You know, back in the days when we used to have the game rooms, it was dangerous, man. You go in there, it's dangerous in the game room.
Yeah.
And this was like, you know, you go in the studio and you got all these different faces and different guys, and it's dangerous. But everybody is there to make music. Not everybody. Not everybody, but in the middle of this mezzanine, you have like this pool table, and it's where the guys congregate. So you be smoking weed with J. Rue the Damager. You know what I'm saying? You might be smoking with some guys from Queens, with some guys from East New York. You know, it's like we are subtly building a community. So when you talk about 1995, we're kicking it with these guys in real time. Like, we're friends with Raekwon.
We did a D&D tribute years ago, and we had Dave on the show. And so we definitely got some questions for you, because 1-2 Passes remains one of the greatest collabos. But let's knock this out, because I definitely want to talk about D&D.
Can I just circle back to your Tiny Desk, Jay, real quick? Because
sure.
You did that, you did this track on Tiny Desk, like Jay said, but you could see the emotion. Because you were working with a live band, like the vibe you had, I mean, it was pretty fucking cool to watch. And I know that it seemed like you got very emotional to have a band's much different than working with like drum machines. That's very syncopated, and a band can kind of like follow your tempo and your slow ups and the changes. But the emotion you showed was, again, vulnerable, which I did not expect. So I want to say, props to that. But you kind of shouted out Anthony Bourdain.
Theoretically, this goes out to our soldiers, our street soldiers, and everybody else. So, rest in peace, Anthony Bourdain. Rest in peace, Ty Banger. Let's stay alive, people. Let's do it. Where my soldiers at? Staying strong. Let's do it. Let's march, fellas. Let's march it out. Walk around town with the pound strapped down. That's only because it's mad real in Bucktown. It gets mad deep in the streets when you gotta watch your back for beats. Oh!
Daybreak sneaks upon my camp once more. Niggas drowning in blackness stretched on the floor. Breakfast is served, the killer dealer from the sky. Hard boy go heaven, but no boy one die. Watch the thin line of rap and reality. Get yourself hurt, even cause fatal casualties. See, let me explain. This ain't no game. The word you talk can have you coming right about your frame. You understand where I'm coming from, Slim? Bucktown's a state of mind that I'm trapped in. If you wanna see me, have some sense. Keep your actions real, everything I be, I read. Wicked minded, you're the look off a shot. Cause the roof spilly ran my way to get hot. Had to relocate, update with my inner. Build and destroy when I step in the center of the cipher in the night. Who roll tight, my Boot Camp Clik, no doubt, that's right. Now you're singing a sad hymn, asking me to stop them from blowing away your sloppy double-chinned husband. Mr. Ripper, I got lyrics out to Timz. Hurt your pride so bad, make you never talk again, but you call yourself a man. Cram to understand. Never step into your business unless you got a plan.
You're like, these are for like my people in the streets doing what they do. But I want to shout out Anthony Bourdain. Did you have any connection to him, or is that just like a shout out of the dark?
I just like the guy. I watched the show. We did a concert in New York. And he was there, but I didn't get to meet him because a riot broke out. This is when we was getting into it with the police and all of that. And like, I was so angry. Like, I was like, the riot, but I didn't meet Anthony Bourdain, man. Like, come on. And I like to cook a little bit. More so, I like to go out and experience life. And then I started to find out that he was like he had a rough time. Like, he was going through some rough stuff. You know what I mean?
That was a parallel I was trying to connect.
Yeah, man. I didn't know that at first. Maybe that brought it to me. And it's like something I noticed about it, but I was already, it drew something to me. So to this day, I'll be outside. I'll be like, yo, I'm Tony Bourdain, man. I'm still outside. I'm trying a new food. I'm going to the trucks and seeing what's good. I'm doing my little vlogs.
That's cool, man.
Well, I'm trying to think, because the Tiny Desk that you did, it was in 2018. Like I said, it was back before Abby blew it up to what it is today.
Yeah.
And Bourdain died in 2018. So could it have been you acknowledging him?
Yeah, it could have. I definitely cried when he passed away. Word. It could have. I'm just not good with the times, but yeah. About right.
So the next joint, we're actually at 9 of, I think there's 16 tracks off this. Shinin and Next Shit featuring Buckshot. This is like the first time we hear Buckshot on your record. Evil D and Walt co-produce it.
Yeah.
Give me a story about Buck and why he was on this record.
Yeah. Duck down in the house like this. We doing it like this. On the bar, Marty blunted tip, you know what I'm saying? Original crook style. Like this, that old next shit. Take it on. Block eye, that's my alarm clock, a shot. Emptied out the clip of a hooded kid's clock. Out on the mission for the green with his team. Twisting up buds, puff it on bloodsedine. Always red-eyed with an evil scheme in mind. Pulling off stings with his partners in crime. Not a care in the world, he's seen plenty stiff bodies. Running up in spots with the calico and shotties. Lounging on the strip with his Timz and his meth. His right hand's man on his side to the left. Never leave the joint without packing the burner. Got the street smarts, either kill or be murdered. It's no relaxing, just taxing. Stone is the way of the walk when you're blacking. Supporting habits is getting too hectic. Gotta kick it with my son about some old next shit. Pressures be building in my mind sometimes in ways that have me counting the many reasons why crime pays. I think about the hustling game. Should I maintain or flip and just shift to the fast lane? We got them all. What it takes dough to make bread. We working with cement, trying to make bricks. Time to make a call and get on the ball. Can't front G, cause we won't be the ones to take a fall. Heads recognize me, so they might supply me. But if they try me, that wouldn't surprise me. But I and I keep eyes open for those who lie scoping me, hoping we won't survive.
In New York, shit is real. So stone is way out the wall.
Buck set it off for us, man, and it was beautiful. What's up, buddy boy? It was beautiful for him because he wasn't like trying to hog the spotlight or dictate what we should do. Sat there and allowed us to breathe. And, you know, you hear him doing a chorus. He's not even really rapping. He's like, yo, I want my brothers Tek and Steele to shine. And he saw us sit with him through those days of Enta da Stage, freezing in Calliope, sharing a bagel and a cup of hot chocolate. And I guess we just felt that spiritual connection, you know? So for us, we could have, some weird way, we could afford like 2 bags of weed during his session. You get the, you know, we're dealing with this element of the flowers and the essence or the herbs or the elevation, as we say. And then you got this guy, Buckshot, who's just floating, you know. So now we're taking the lingo to another place. He's watching us, and in his, I guess, satisfaction is making him high.
Wow. Because that song was laid back, unlike the other tracks on the album.
Yeah.
And like you hear that hard SB1200 filter and that jazz sample comes in, you're like, damn, I didn't expect that. Where's the rugged? Where's the other shit? Right. So it was a cool change up midway through.
So that's when you start getting that Blacksmith and Wesson flavor because it's dusty and it's a little elusive and mysterious. And then you start seeing Buck start to transfer into that even more later on.
The next joint is what I like to call the quintessential Boot Camp posse cut, right? Every album has like one you can always expect. This was it. So, and this featured, so let's break it down because this does feature Sean Price, right?
Gotta light up for that one, John.
Oh.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
No, so this is the first time we hear cohesive Fab Five, Smith and Wesson, and it was like I said, that quintessential duck down
Posse Cut.
I flow fluidly. Who I be that beating of your beeswax? He's back for I squeeze gats. We don't need that, do we? Do we? Rap style groovy. A dog like Tim, that's why you're scared to step to me. Do we have to result in fisticuffs? See, I get swift with my stuff, that's when the ruck erupts. So think not of what I am or what I do. Just recognize when I'm on the mic, I rule.
How many corny MC gon' try? 50 MC, 40 of them done die. Run with helter skelter through the realms of the dark. If a nigga ripped, then I'ma let the 4-4 bark. Everybody knows when my naughty head goes. I turn into a lethal weapon and start stepping on toes. I waste no time when I hold mine. Grab my Glock and then I clear the block like I was Code 9.
Why you wanna fuck with my boo can? Who can survive in the creek? You can fuck with my Bucktown boo. Big in the night, who rolls? Why you wanna fuck with my boo can? Who can survive in the creek? You can coming through, representing Boot Camp Clik tonight. Who rolls?
Black MCs have best to beware that I fears no fears, and that's word to my dry tear. I break your whole fucking crew in half. Feel the wrath as the gun clappers clap that ass. One time for your mind, hit that ass colorblind sign. Don't a dotted line, it's how I live my lifetime. Reality hit me at some degrees, now my eyes bleed. Why? Because I just
bring it forth, helter skelter. Be the big rock, God help ya. I beats more ass than Mom Duke's leather belt. I gets open like doors when I be drooping. Trademark be bootin', baggy pants drooping, hooping and hollering. Nigga, shut your mug, cause I might have you swallowing a whole bunch of slugs, cause I'm bugged in my dome piece. Roam in the streets with my chrome on my plastic. My camp's massive, I get that ass flipped.
Enough men a die, enough men a come try to test the warrior I mean, I know why. A new breed of conquerors is on the rise. Step to my boot camp and catch black eyes from the helter skelter, the gun to clappers. Smith and Wesson coming through, stomping out all you whack rappers with the crazy dread. The mad boy had fed of corny shit that's said. So now you bleed like your man bled. We getting twisted as our Timz cover pavement, flowing state to state, picking up the next payment. Your thoughts smell. Violator to the left, 4 slugs hit them chests, no more, no less. So think about it, abort your mission, it's impossible. Or be a vegetable, ain't been up in the hospital. You silly wabbit, tricks are for kids, don't you know that? Fuck with my boot camp and get your wig pushed back.
OMG. That's what I got to say about that one. I couldn't wait to put my friends on the song. I could not wait. These are all my friends. They're all from my neighborhood. Like, for me, this was like me spiking the ball. I'm going to take this moment for myself and say thank you to the people that made me who I am today. And it's these guys, because when I got with Buck and we started building the friendship, I always talked about these guys. And I knew that I couldn't bring them around until we made enough space at the table. You know, some guys, they get anxious and they like, yo, I'm ready. We had to cultivate the relationship, which was important, which I think is why we could appreciate the camaraderie more than just going, hey, I know some rappers. Like, these are my brothers. Top Dog is my blood relative. We lived in the same house, and I think he broke a lot of my Star Wars toys. Matter of fact, but I'm not going to blame it all on him. But I will say it feels good to share success with your loved ones instead of going, yo, look what I have. So being able to bring them to the studio and let all of these guys do their thing, and just have this opportunity to just splash. Now that's a reality, or I could say a dream come true, you know. And then comes the shit where you have like Nervous Records going, you know what? You can't use this song. What? Nope, you can't use this song because these guys are not signed to the label.
Just sign your name on the contract.
Skirt. We was not aware of all of the red tape and the fine print stuff. We thought we was making great music and just, you know, just building off the sound and enthusiasm. And we're going to bring these guys into the fold. In our mind, they might even sign. We don't know. But Nervous gave us this border, and we dealt with that accordingly. We was able to get past that. Yeah. Oh, another fun fact about that song is when it was time to mix it, we wanted to mix it. Like us, the artists. Keep in mind, we don't do that shit. So Evil D was not really digging that. He was like, yo, I can't. He was so perturbed. He had to leave the control room. He said, you know what? I'm out. I'm going to stand over here. You guys do your version, and I'm going to do my version. So we was in there on, can you imagine the board at the time? Like no. Of course we had an engineer, but we didn't know how to work it. The engineer was navigating us through. But we wanted to drop here, drop this, come here, change it when Louisville comes in. Evil D was like, that's not supposed to go there. That's supposed to be. He was like, nah, we got to switch it up. It's like 8 guys on everyone. He was pissed, man. He was pissed. But ultimately we won. Our mix was triumphant. And, we get to hear these guys just go ape on the track. And it was beautiful.
So if I'm piecing this together properly, because of you and Tek's batteries in your back and your love for your friends in hip hop, you all really pretty much created the BCC. Like it was Buckshot, right? And y'all were part of the Enta da Stage album.
Yes. But
you all took it and made that shit grow, right?
You are brilliant, my friend. and Buckshot would attest to that. He will attest to that. We never find the need to go first because we all did it as a collective family. But that's the conception.
It's kind of your brainchild, right? Like you
kind of is.
Yeah,
it kind of is.
And that was tough because Buckshot. I try to tell these guys living in New York at the time. Buckshot was followed like a king, a god, man. Like he just everyone was on Buckshot shit. If he went to the left and everyone was going to the right, believe me, they were going and following him.
Bro, let me tell you something. Guys love Buckshot like he's a fucking action figure doll. Like they want to take this guy home. Like they love him. Like everybody, I seen people give him so much love throughout the industry. Guys that we look up to, big guy like KRS-One, that's his friend. I see these guys are cool. They hang out. They talk. Snoop Doggy Dogg seen Buck and was like, "Yo, shorty, yo." Like it's incredible how one day
Eminem,
Jack the Rapper, or How Can I Be Down, one of those, and Nas walked past Buck and was like, "Yo, man, I be wanting to rhyme like you, bro." I almost fainted.
That's crazy.
But I understood what he said because it's that when you get that mysterious flow, and I think we helped birth that by bringing our whatever our seasoning was, and Buck finding himself through that as well. So it was a beautiful symbiosis, man. It was great for us.
Everybody, when you said Buck would go left, everybody would follow him. That probably stopped around the BDI, the Thug era, though, right? Yeah. That album didn't have that wasn't like that wasn't what people were accustomed to when it came to him. And it sounded like, I don't want to go off, but just because you had mentioned it, Dre, it sounded like he was almost conflicted on the artist he wanted to be.
That might be true.
In the beginning, it was a very different thing, man. He was the nucleus, and I'm telling you, if you went to a show and he was there, or you were in a cypher and he was there, or you were at the New Music Seminar or whatever, they followed him like he was a god, and they didn't have that in hip-hop yet. I'm telling you, there was something about him, and they all circulated.
He breathed new life into, like, New York hip-hop.
I saw that. I saw that as well, and that's we never tamper with that. We never go, all right, well, he's not the boss or the leader. Buck is the boss. That's his name. And that BDI Thug is birthed from hanging out with Tupac.
Well, I was going to say, Pac had that effect because if you think about it,
very infectious.
Gretsch kind of switched things up a little bit after that relationship as well. So, but we don't have to go all there. Let's go to probably one of my favorite songs off the album. This is a song that is, to me, the epitome of elevation. When you listen to this song, you feel high. It takes you to another place. This is probably my favorite Evil D joint outside of the classics we were talking about, but Hellucination. Let's talk about this record. It is arguably one of the best on this record. Probably, I don't know, maybe this is a hyperbole, but one of the most slept on in the entire catalog of, let's see, the Boot Camp Clik. Like, this song is so good, and I don't think it gets the accolades it deserves, but let's talk about that now.
Sitting on the toilet, shit and puffing the dough. Strobe light effect, everything's moving slow. Slip into a deep zone, the sound at the phone. Bring me home, stagger to my feet, emotion toward the flow. But what up, nigga? Check out this proposition. There's money to bait, and I'm in the mood to go fishing. Whatever, they go. Give me time to wash my ass. My habit that you know all day, feeding for the gas. Do what you gotta do, cause I'm on my way in the car. Cause when I get there, yo, we oughty like tomorrow. Right, easy. Now I'm off to the south to get more info on this dough I heard about. Gotta make sure everything's secure. Can't let me and my man let this grand slip past our hands. The man's out heavy today. I hope they don't try to get in the way of our pay. Damn, already high noon, the man's out. Gotta take a quick shower, get dressed and bounce. Grab the fatigue, strapped on the generals. Proper attire for all criminals. Blazed up the clip, loads up the 4/5. If a boy riff, leave him body them stiff. Who the man there, go and rap on my door. Stir me at work, only load up for. Hey yo, it's me, who that? ST, what up, G? Aight, hold up son, let me put it back on safe. Hey yo, kid, it smells like fresh grown sex. Let's twist up some trees before we jet.
I am going to light up on that. That was a good my lovely queen, Senator Smith, she would definitely concur with you on that.
Yeah.
And I have to be honest, that is not one of my favorite songs. And it took me a while because I feel like I always felt like the song needed to be finished, you know? And that was just some weirdo, I guess, writing thing with me. Because I love.
What do you mean by that? The need to be finished? What was it missing?
I just felt like the story was still going. I was still trapped in the moment. You know, it's like it was a story. It was something that was happening, and it, like when I listen to it today, it felt like it should be a film to that whole song. Like I want to know. I want to see how that went down. Like. Is something happening? Did I miss something though? But it's pieces. I guess it's left up to interpretation, and that way it gives the fans an opportunity to kind of engage in that sense.
Structurally, it was different though. You know, it was like one of the few. It was a faster tempo song. The whistle sample, whatever the hell that is so
haunting. It's
so fucking like it reminded me of like a 9-track, you know, like it was like these samples that were like from France, you know, hard to find, you know, but to echo Jay, it was one of the deep cuts of the album's standout. You know what I'm saying? Right. Not one of your favorites, but it was the deep cut favorite. Like it just had a different feel to it.
I will say it is slept on, and when we perform it, because we don't often do, it's an interesting response that the crowd had. So it makes me understand it more. Like, this is the journey, and how you say, like, it sounds like it, when you're listening to it, it sounds like you're smoking. I feel like somebody is full of on, bro. But no, it's a sensation. So that's what I'm able to do, is to transfer that. All feelings aside, like the beat takes you there. Forget about it. It's without question. So that's a lot of times it just tells you, if you can tap into that, then you can ride it out. So for me, I just have my little weirdo, quirky, creative stuff. But I do love this song.
30 years later, and I'm not sure if it was you or Tek who says it in the beginning of the song, but would you still not order the coleslaw and get extra fries, or would you get the coleslaw today?
It's all about, two pieces with biscuits, no motherfucking coleslaw, no mashed potatoes, you know what I'm saying? Fuck all that shit.
That was Sean Price.
Oh shit!
Apropos for him.
Oh, this 2-piece in the bit. Yo, that's when you first heard Sean Price, and he was funny.
Get the fuck out of here! That was Sean Price. That's crazy.
That was Sean Price. Yo.
It really takes you to like a different dimension. This is like the Buckaroo Banzai of hip hop songs.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like this is truly, you are high just listening to it, and yeah, I'm sure it's the beat, but to me, it's a perfect song. So I'm glad it is what it is. I know you wrote it, so you may have a different feel, but as the fans,
it's an amazing song because it just reminds me of the journey. Like you got to remember, we started at the beginning of this album. We was in the basement. When we finally was able to make it, now we're in D&D Studios. What did we do? We brought all our friends from the projects into this place. I don't think none of us was drinking no high-priced liquor yet. So whatever kind of bum juice we might have been able to afford, it definitely was 40 ounces in there somewhere. Our version of probably drinking high class was probably like private stock, you know. Like we're not gonna do OE today, but we always was smoking. So for Beatminerz, they never saw that. I'm gonna go as far as say Buckshot. He wasn't seeing that either. Once the Cocoa Brothers started bringing all that marijuana around, and we started getting high in the studio. We started spending the night in D&D. Like we booked the whole room for like a month, and we were sleeping in there for real. So Mr. Walt was a scientist. He was able to tap into that and be like, you know what? I need ad-libs. Everybody get into the room and just smoke weed and talk. I'm gonna record it. Like so when you hear, yo, let me ask you something. So Dick Rise ain't supposed to get on this. They just supposed to hear this, right? Like he just running the tape. These are a bunch of kids in the studio. Yeah. Like they don't know what this is no setup. Like I'm gonna say this, and then you're gonna say this, and then we're gonna say that. Bruck is like he's flipping off. Like record it, let's go. The only thing that's set up is the next one. The next song, I ain't gonna rush.
Poor Dave and Doug. They must have had a heart attack while you guys were running rampant in their studios.
Nah, but you know what? Dave had some good marijuana. His marijuana was better than us.
And you guys knew where to go, so that's a big one.
Him, Primo, they had the good marijuana. We still had the cocoa split, the chocolate and all of that. We wasn't even going to the we wasn't even into the terpenes, and Tek had to go uptown to get all of that.
He used to say he kind of like, it was like a carrot dangle. Like if he had good weed, a lot of the artists would want to go there to record.
Yeah, that's true. I think he did say that.
Yeah, was because he had Primo. Primo was locked in.
Yeah.
I don't think Primo was recording anywhere. Anything Primo did, he did in D&D.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like the appeal to that is like, wow, I'm going to be in a studio that Primo records it.
You guys are talking about weed. It just reminds me. I used to watch this public access show back in the day, and you guys were on it talking about like the Cali weed not being good. There was this bald guy with like the big goatee. I used to watch him all the time. He always had hip hop dudes on. He's like, yo, we're here.
Okay, this is Indies and Exposure, your hardcore hip hop wake up call. And we're here with Smith and Wesson.
Got that chocolate brown shot.
Smoke a little bud.
Yeah.
Talking about their new CD.
Check it out.
Dah Shinin. 14 cuts of pure hip hop listening pleasure.
For real.
Because just as the herb you inhale the vibrations of the music.
Strictly rhythms,
Strictly rhythms, the vibration. And over the vibration you hear the voices of Tek and Steele. Steele myself.
Aye, man.
Tek my partner to the right. Also on the Shinin, you got our family, the Boot Camp family.
We're here with part of the Boot Camp Clik. I forgot his name, though. You know what I'm talking about? bald dude. Like,
I know you're talking about, but I can't remember the name.
But you were talking like all down on like Cali's weed. You're like, fuck Chronic. Chronic is shit. They can't fucking compete with what we got. I'm telling you. They're like, yo, we got this. And they're like, this is funny, man.
Now they can't go back to Cali to do this tour because you just fucked it up for them.
Nah, let me tell you something. We just came from Cali.
I know.
And the weed out there was incredible. Okay? That's what I'm talking about like us being a slave to your neighborhood. Like, it's a good thing and it's a bad thing because initially it allowed us to hone in on what we knew and talk about it organically and transparent, where we wasn't trying to be these rap guys sensationalizing this story that we didn't have no knowledge of. Like, we was talking about the stuff. We was running through the trains. We was running through Manhattan, Brooklyn. We knew it was scary to go to the Bronx. You got to go to the Bronx. You had to be safe and go there with a purpose. We knew the lay of the land before we was talking about gangs and stuff like that. That's what you hear in The Shine. You hear that Brooklyn stuff. You hear that gritty New York noisy trains. You hear sirens and stuff like that. And then when you put those guys and you ship them over to like LA, we have no knowledge. The only knowledge of LA we have is watching the movie Colors with, with Sugar Ken. Yeah. And it's like, wow, you think everybody with a red or blue is a gang member. It opens your palate and it goes, wow, it's not what you think it is, right? So when you hit that first Cali weed, you're like, oh, snap. This is different. So this is why Snoop said, y'all smoke the dirt. We over here thinking we smoking some Jamaican weed. Some of it is yard weed. The yard weed is, grew in the yard. And then you got wow. So now weed is a whole nother experience now. Marijuana is a whole nother different. Crazy.
Track 12, Home Sweet Home.
Baby Paul.
Bringing in that sample again, Roy Ayers.
Yo, and this is the birth of the cover. Right there. Baby Paul was living on, I want to say, Church Avenue in Brooklyn at the time. He just moved there maybe a little while ago. And I went to his home, sitting on the floor, flipping through the records. I see this Roy Ayers record. I was stunned. I used to do that as a kid. My dad had the records. I would flip through the records. And it was a lot of different things and the pictures. I always was fascinated by the artwork.
Great covers back then.
Yeah. So that Roy Ayers was like, and I stick with it. I took it to the team and I said, this right here should be the cover. We could do this.
We doing it like this. Check it out. This is the story of a place that we call home, where the kids pack heat when it's time to roam. Everybody's on a scramble, life's a gamble. Hopping on the white horse, trying to get a handle on the fast pace that we call the last race. Step with precaution when you enter this place. We got a spot on every block to make your dreams come true. Just come correct with the snaps is all you do. Don't come crying broke, still trying to cop the dope. What parts of no do not you understand, bro? We can't afford to take shorts or be playing sports. Empires need to be built, Mac 10's bought, or even caught for them deceased ass hustlers. And we still got the pound for y'all living motherfuckers. What goes around comes back to the roots. See you at the revolution in Crooklyn, true.
I'm on a night ball on stroll right now through FAP, you know what I'm saying? I'm about to pick up the skunk Philly right here in Lincoln. Yeah, I'm gonna see you over there when I get back. Nah, I'm on the cellular, you fool. Yeah, alright. Yeah, I'm gonna get some of mine shut too. Alright, easy.
Another day, another dollar debt. Pigs rushing the crib to catch a collar. Now I'm fed what I face now. Me and my peoples taste round, stay your face down. While K9 sniffs around, what they found was irrelevant to we, cause they were sent to represent and cause a ruckus amongst us. Now I got more pigs rushing, we handcuffing me, taking hold of we into custody. For rushing in by some wire wrestling in peace. After going through the bullshit, we get released to hit the streets. Where the war's still on for all of y'all, cause they kept rule locked behind the wall. No time at all, a fake no jacks. Perhaps when the gap's been, niggas won't even know what happened. I'll be glad when my man come home. Get in his zone, motherfuckers, grab your chrome.
I was stuck on the MOST. I was stuck on helping everybody kind of get into the fold. This is for all of us. This is not just my time, Tek's time. This is for all of us. So I'm like, yeah, I want to jack that. And also, as I'm listening to the songs, and I heard Home Sweet Home, I mean, we live in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
I'm like, come on. Yo, we got to use that.
Did you guys have that before Diggable, or was that kind of simultaneous? I forget.
I think it was simultaneous. Because I don't remember bumping that. Like, I feel like that was like a fresh pack for me. Seeing the record, hearing the songs, and then
it was organic for you. It wasn't like a plan.
Organic. I'm sitting in a someone's crib and on the floor, flipping through records like it's Christmas, going, "Oh wow, oh my God!" I'm not a DJ, but now I'm channeling like what I used to do as a kid, and I'm learning. I'm absorbing this fascinating information
and applying.
And it's crazy. Brooklyn.
Yeah.
He said Brooklyn. We gotta use that. How can we? And I'm sitting with Baby Paul, and he knew what to do.
Speaking of Baby Paul, he actually did the next joint as well, Wipe Your Mouth.
Oh, snap. You know what? I always forget about that song. That song is not even supposed to be on the Shinin.
It doesn't sound like it either.
This song is like the one time for your mind of the album. You know what I'm saying?
Was this at D&D as well? Because it sounds like someone went in and stole like a sample out of DJ Premier's drum machine.
That's what it sounds like. It's different. That's what Baby Paul always brings to the table. But that was fun. At some point, it's like, damn, you know, we're running around and we're having fun. You know, we're not counting big bucks and bags of money, but we're doing something that we love and something that we never really kind of like thought we'd kick off like that. That's a fun song for us. And yeah, all the lyrics is just still close to heart and what we talk about.
Walking down the street, watching you, clocking me. Could it because I'm magnetic? Yet it gives me a fucking headache. Cause it's pathetic when niggas jump on your dick and sweat it. Bet it gets hectic when I set it off. I suggest niggas stop stressing. Smith & Wesson. From the corners of my red eyes, I peeped you, but you don't know. Cause I rock my rag real low, move slow. Cause you might get moved on. Can't even get my cruise on without niggas putting they screws on. Shit ain't cool, son. Cause soon one day I feel I'm gonna have to lay somebody for real. The deal is, the still is strictly business. So when dick riders slide around, I dismiss shit and get with Boot Camp Clik. How we flip shit on the regular, forever stay on our own dick.
Lick up a shot, you know dick rider. Lick up a shot, you twist up ganja. Lick up a shot, you know dick rider. Lick up a shot, you big money spender. Lick up a shot, you know dick rider. Lick up a shot, you know follower. Lick up a shot, you know dick rider. Lick up a shot for Ja Rastafari. I'm pulling your coats to the side of the block we've all been to. See them on the corner when you're looking out your window. The dick riders on Dick Riders Boulevard. Use that's large, ain't even gotta look hard. You got a couple probably at the crib as we speak. In 90 now, ain't no room in town for the week. Don't laugh though, stress will make a nigga hurt something. Proceed to get some yard weed, cause the dread is pumping. And as I approach, I'm greeted by my cuz Roach. What up, you high ass nigga, yo, your shit's the dope. And then he just Kim, keep it moving, damn. And now here comes the dick rider screaming, you the man. Until I turn my back, bet they quick to grab the gat. The head dick rider said, I know where we live at. See, that's what I'm talking. Sucking dick while you're walking. Now use the target of the boot camp stalking.
Keep in mind that I'm still kind of like this recluse guy. We still like coming off of running with Decepticons. Decepticons in New York City is still a notorious gang. Some of these guys still got charges and things of that nature. So when you see me with the bandana, that was just me trying to hide my face. Somebody saw me, they're like, yo, that's the guy that, well, you know, we got beef with him. We gonna go to a show and kick his ass. So I'm just like this. This is General Steele. This is still the we see on the street. But one day Drew High was like, yeah, you're a good looking guy, man. You gotta come on. The ladies love you, man. You gotta show your face, man.
Well, you went from sleeping on couches to sleeping at D&D to sleeping in your own bed by the time the album came out. Like there's that transition of growth of an artist. And as we get towards the end of this, we got Like I said, one of the greatest B-sides of the 90s, Let's Get It On, featuring Rock again. This is let me ask you this question. When you decided to put out Bucktown as a single, how many other songs did you have to use before you decided on Let's Get It On as the B-side?
Well, Let's Get It On was one of the first songs that we did.
Okay.
And, you know, sometimes it's a thing with that first song. Sometimes you fall in love with it. It just hits a groove. And what's funny, I remember recording the first demo. I believed it to be Let's Get It On, but it was to another beat. It was to a Shaka Khan beat that was so fire. I had on a cassette and I friggin' lost it. But I digress. I just love that song. It was perfect. It's perfect. And this is when we develop our writing style, like being in the basement. You're sitting at a kitchen table. So we're sitting across from each other and we're like with one book and we're switching the book and we're writing lines and lines. It's like we're studying for SAT or something.
Raised like a rock on the block where the cops carry and the hard rocks carry with props and black hearts. Meet up with my beats on the corner in the morning. Get zone, get on, and prepare to get it on. What does it take to get the break in the world of snakes and those who fake? Maybe a taste of this here. True. Now what them going do when Smith and Wesson come looking for you? Sin. I'm coming with my Boot Camp Clik, my troops. Bringing the ruckus, rocking them whack groups that switch just to get loot. Not trying to go out like the recipe the best. Nah. Just to get rough, it's off my chest. Nothing less. Get it on. Smith and Wesson and we do it like this. Get it on. Smith and Wesson and we do it like this. Get it on. Smith and Wesson and we do it like this. Get it on. Smith and Wesson and we do it like this. Get it on. I've been paying my dues for the longest. No more corners. From chest to chest. See who's the strongest. I got your block on lock. Now you getting dropped. New law and order. Smith and Wesson setting up shop. The underground flavor is major. I check you later. Gotta get with my peeps and get paper. No time for sleep. Gotta hit the streets with my peeps. Get with Mr. Tell him hit us off with this fat beat. Hit the sack and rip the track back to back. Feeling the vibe. Come around the click, catching contacts. We bringing drama to your wannabes. Do me a favor and bring on the real MCs.
We're really digging it. And it feels, you don't even feel it. It feels so natural.
Who produced that track?
That's Mr. Wall.
There is a, I wish I could pick his brain because there's like a sound that's sampled in there. It reminds me of like a car door that sends like a warning that you need to shut it. And I'm like, what the fuck is he sampling in there? It just rides so good, but it's funny.
It probably is.
Great track.
And I want to add on to what you just said too, Jay. When you talk about sleeping in your own bed, when you see like recognize the video, and it's a scene where I'm sleeping in the street, you know, like I have the bed and my friends come and wake me up and all of that. It's like we have, it's a lot of symbology, but a lot of that stuff is close to home.
So last but not least is PNC, which I think, Kev, can you agree? All of us white dudes were saying PNC back in high school. Like we jacked that slang. PNC was like a very cool thing to say, like your partner in crime. Word. This was an Evil D joint, and it was a great way to finish a classic album.
Word.
Grab a hold of your heart and visualize as a kick it. A hollow point slug coming out of black biscuit. You ain't just from death, we round the corner coming quick. We methed out our minds and just don't give a shit, god damn it. Gunshots for bust from the clip. A wicked bad boy stash the burner on my hip. So fill your oats and get dead, Mr. Buster. Cause we ain't got love for none of y'all motherfuckers. Teeth the black bar, hard to do a ride by. You too leery to live, but you're not one die. All these MCs with your fancy names and gangs, I know from the heart that did not mean a thing. Big up to all the real heads with the knuckle game. Rest in peace to all my niggas that was murdered and slain.
Rest in peace to all my heads. You know what I'm saying? Keeping it real on the streets, well.
All heads realize. Recognize. Smith Smith & Wesson on the rise. You better recognize. I mean in each and every individual who listen to that voice in your head when they be kicking truth. The heads that represent around the way, showing improving, keeping them moving till they break day. Realize what's before your eyes, then see if you see the same real as we. When I say Smith & Wesson, this is what I mean. Nothing alive or in dreams can ever come between. Original click, roll through the thin, and when shit got thick, we still managed to stick. Doing crimes with Decepticons up inside of the times. Help we at times to keep our minds organized, so our knees don't bend. Fool the enemy, Tek and me, crime partners till the end.
I want to say Tek did the lineup of the song, and he wrote the poem for that. Like all of the songs, how they weave into this cool thing. He always has this creative, quiet, still mind where he can see things like from a poet's perspective. So that song is basically a tribute to our friendship and our brotherhood. One of our brothers, Sean Grady, Rambo, passed away. He was murdered in the streets. He went to jail. He came home, got murdered. So he never got to see any of this rap stuff. He never got to see a sign and any of that. So that was a straight tribute to him. I mean, we were super close. Was
he a rapper too?
No, there was no rapping. There was no rapping when we was in school. It was scrapping. It was scrapping. It was the school of hard knocks, for real. It was not. It was either toughen up or transfer. You know, I was left back in school. Tek graduated on time. Rambo went to jail. You know, one of our other PNCs was Big Old Pimp Cook, who you hear on Wipe Your Mouth. That Big Old Pimp Cook, walk with a limp, eating lobster, shrimp, hanging with everywhere. You know, that's Cook. Cook is the nucleus to why me and Tek are friends. It was a time when I had in my household, I had problems with my dad. And I had to leave my household and go live somewhere else, pretty much. And my mother, the chances of this, my mother was friends with my friend Cook. They were friends. They happened to work. This was a time where they were hiring women in the courts. My mother and his mother were friends. They were co-workers. And we was in the same school in Manhattan. So we became friends in school. We found out that our mothers were friends. We was like, that was a wrap for us. It was like, that was ordained, divine stuff. And from that, we was like partners in crime because we stuck together. He introduced me to Tek. He introduced me to Rambo. Other than that, the only people that I knew in that school was Sean Price and my other friend, T. White from Brownsville. I'm from Brownsville, Tek, and all these other guys are from Bed-Stuy. So after school, I wouldn't even go back to Brownsville. I would go to Bed-Stuy and hang out with these guys all day and go home and get in trouble. And then I had to live with my partner, and that's where the partners in crime. That the brotherhood is very, very strong. And when we lost Bo, it was devastating. That's why, as kids, I wasn't around a lot of death as a kid. Like how now people like, I saw the first person die when I was 8. Now I ain't see that. So this guy was like one of the first people that was that close. And so it was only right. It was only right to do that. And it's beautiful to show that vulnerability because that's where we come from. We don't realize it. We be tough because we have to.
Collectively, we're talking about the whole entire album, and it's like, I don't think people realize just how young you guys were and the vulnerability that came out. When you look back retrospectively, it's like, it's just a whole different thing. You know, it was fun and a party back then, but you look at it now 30 years later through the lens of how you're living and the shit you've been through, and the lyrics kind of mean a lot more now to me. And I appreciate the honesty and, you know, kind of dipping back into these stories about, you know, some times when you were being a little stupid and naive and, you know, being a fucking teenager, being a kid. And you know, New York streets will do that type of shit to you, you know, but I kind of hear all of this stuff through a whole different perspective now, and I appreciate that, man. I really, really do.
No, I appreciate you guys, but at least, you know, the conversation puts things in context. A lot of times where artists don't get a chance to even see themselves because they're thrusted into this thing they don't know about. You know, it's fascinating. It's also very intimidating. Like, we are in a world where we're supposed to be this big, you know, so everything you may do could be compromised if you are not being genuine.
Absolutely.
It's like an oxymoron, right? It was supposed to be this, but I want to get as close as possible. So when you lose a guy like Sean Price, you're like, wow, that was the most genuine person that I knew. And I want to be like that when I grow up. You know what I'm saying? Because we did some really goofy ass interviews before. Like, we really was like, yeah, we're gonna do a remix with Bon Jovi.
Yeah! Shot down in a blaze of glory.
Yeah. Yo, what are you talking about?
It's all about the sound bite, you know, these little fast little edits.
Yeah, right. But now it's like, yes, in hindsight, I'm glad we get to look back and say, oh wow, it was a timestamp. We are able to say, all right, we came from here and now we're here. You can teach an old dog new tricks if you have a love for it, and you still have an opportunity to continue to add on in the culture, because it's a beautiful expression when you can share it with folks.
I'm sorry, this just popped in my head. Johnny used to work in Bucktown.
I need to do a mix with everybody that says it.
You know what's crazy? We've pretty much been recording for like 2 hours now, and we've only covered one album. That's it. One album. And it's 2 hours. Like, I wanted to talk about Monumental. I wanted to talk about the Priority Record era with Rude Awakening. How about this? Can we, when you guys are done with your tour and you're in a good place, we'll get both of you on, because there's so much more I want to discuss. Like, do you mind if I rattle off just a few more quick questions and then?
Not at all. Yeah, I'm cool. I'm cool with it, and I don't mind coming back, man, because I know that like Tek would enjoy this. You know, this is the stuff where, like, as you're asking me these questions, it's making me think about the new album, you know, because it's still being processed, the new album, Infinity. And it makes sense because we're taking this trip to understand all of that other stuff. I'm not going to say that, like, you know, we handled things well. But I think about in hindsight, when we went on CNN and we was talking about gun control, like, that is trippy. Like, we 1920 and we're on here with these professional television correspondents, and they're saying, so what do you think about the law? We're like, what? And we answered it in such a way where it's like, okay, we held our own as youngins, as novices, as unexperienced spokespeople. It's like, all right, we can do that. So we can be counted amongst the greats and not just get on a 16 bar and do these type of things. That feels important. So you want to take that a little bit more seriously. Okay.
So when you guys drop this album, let's schedule where you both come back on the show. We could talk about it, because one of the things I love about you guys, and I mentioned it earlier before we actually recorded, is the bond that you two have with one another. And getting to my next question, I want to say, and I don't know if people have ever even mentioned this, but when you guys did, it was like a year ago, you were on Matt's show, My Expert Opinion, right?
Yeah.
And that dude looked like Booker T, said some shit because he misunderstood a lyric 30 years ago and carried on this grudge about Tupac. And the way you two interacted and kind of held one another down was awesome to see. And, like, I don't want to sound like cliche or whatnot, but that kind of stuff there is really what makes me, seeing you guys after all these years still make music, that relationship, that kinship is really cool to see. And I wanted to reference that, because I don't know if anyone, you know, sees it the way I see it, but it was cool. Not even about Tupac. It wasn't even about Tupac. It was the way you were handling things in a diplomatic manner, and then he was not, because after a while, this guy just didn't want to fess up to his mistake. But it was cool to see how you guys have one another's backs after all these years.
It's definitely mutual, where we don't want to see each other get into nothing that we don't like. Like Tek don't like when I get too hype. I don't like when he get too hype unless we doing it with a purpose. So it's like, yeah, our relationship is really like that. It's the yin and the yang come like that. And, you know, we've been here and looking at it after 30, it's definitely deeper than rap. It's definitely bigger than hip hop. We have like, and this is super like of no importance, but it's just like something I like to add on. The fact that his mother name is Barbara, my mother name is Barbara. You know, it's like we was destined to kind of like be together, you know, and we actually work together, not on no rap stuff. We actually go, yo, how are you doing today? You know, like some days I have a really bad attitude a lot of days, and you don't really know how to approach me. Sometimes I just want to be by myself. I just want to sit back and read and burn and drink tea and chill, not with the loud stuff. Mm-hmm. And we find a balance there, you know. Take nothing for granted, for sure.
All right, rapid round real quick. Mary J. Blige remix, I Love You. Huge hit. How did that even come about?
We was on the Intrepid one night coming from Black Moon video. We were all dressed in camouflage. The entire Boot Camp Clik, we was camoed down. You would think we was being deployed to the Gulf or something like that. We had all kind of gear, and we took it to the show where no one at that particular time hadn't seen anything like that. I mean, you had guys wearing camouflage, but not these young guys looking like they was really about to get to it. I think that was an appeal. We bumped into Junior Mafia. Biggie Smalls was on the ship with the Junior Mafia. They had the marijuana. I think they had the marijuana, or we had the marijuana, and they had the liquor. So, yeah, we was coming from outside. So we was coming from Franklin Avenue, FAP, Franklin Union, shooting a video. And we had the weed, they had the liquor. We formed one big circle. We were smoking and drinking, and we were all kicking it. Like one big happy family. Mary J. Blige was there. She was performing that night. Somebody was on stage. It might have been me. I forgot who was on stage at the time. But we were kicking it. Junior Mafia, Boot Camp Clik. Puffy was at the bar watching this, watching this exchange. And we went on. They called us to go on and perform. Once we got off, Puffy pulled us to the side, was like, yo, I'm working on a project with Mary, and I want to get you guys involved. We was like, yo, what? Absolutely. Drew High, talked to him, do the boop, 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 boop. And we went home. We was excited, but we wasn't like, oh my gosh, we finally. You know, it was great because we was doing something, again, organic. We, like, Tek has a relationship. He's from Bed-Stuy, so it's like most of the Junior Mafia. And so that's the bridge that allowed us to sit there, like, you know, have that peace circle, that cipher, what we called it. And it built from there. Puffy saw that. A genius. When we went to the studio, Mary was not in the studio, unfortunately, but this was the time when they were doing remixes for these songs that she had already had for club purposes and for radio purposes. And we got selected, went to the studio. It was just us sitting on a piano bench in the studio facing each other with one book. Puff gave us the assignment. He said, I want you guys to do the back and forth thing that you do, and, you know, whatever you come with, we'll sit da-da-da-da. So we sit there, took the assignment, and then he left.
Click, click, click in the night.
I shine, you shine. In this day and time, we maintain the same frame of mind. Elevation, spark it up. Yo, start the circulation. 360 degrees in rotation. Stimulation as the herb bless my physical creation. Slip into a hallucination. Situations got me thinking about my life seriously. Keep it real continuously. Before I slip into blackness, I prepare for combat. Protect my dome, cause that's where my home's at. Crack my windows, inhale as the mist flows. Build up my men to construct on my fist. Spreading love to my Brooklyn crew. Who be you? Bad boy. Smith and Wesson coming through. Tek and Steele, traveling through the battling, handling all that's challenging to the very end.
We was there. There was no one else in there. Probably like an hour in, LL Cool J came in. But he never came in the room and talked to us or nothing. He came and talked to Dave, and then he left. So primarily we was stuck there. It was like we was
forced.
It was so intimidating, you know.
Was the music playing the whole time?
Yeah, we was listening to the music.
Because that's literally it's my favorite hip-hop sample of all time.
Are you kidding?
And that could be played on 33 and 45. That's the 45 version, but that sample is the greatest sample in hip-hop.
DJ Hollywood, right? DJ Hollywood sang to that?
Yeah, he did sing to that. That was exactly. And Hot 97 and 98.7 Kiss always played the Hollywood version. But that's Isaac Hayes. So
Isaac Hayes, right. See what I'm saying? So you're digging into that soul. Like, this is something that was always, when you start peeling back the layers and the deeper you go into this rabbit hole, you're like, wow, this is stuff that my dad was playing. I wasn't sure, but now you're hearing this repetition, and now it starts to make sense why you gravitate to it. Why do I love that sound? Why do I love that? I ain't used to listen to music like that before until I sat with Beatminerz. Now I want to hear the original track to this and the original track to that, and now it gives you a hope. So now I know what Buckshot was doing when he was going, you know that, right? I'm like, what? So we're in here, and then we bring it here. So yeah, man, what a journey, you know?
All right, we need you to fact check something for us here, Steele. So we mentioned earlier we had Dave Loughton on from D&D. Was that probably like 2 years ago or so?
Yeah.
And as you know, you were part of one of the greatest posse cuts of the 90s, 1-2 Pass It. So we brought that up, that we talked about that with him, and we asked him, was everybody like actually in the studio recording it live in the studio together, like in one night or a couple nights, whatever? He's like, oh yeah. And he said that it was just so packed in the studio that it got to a point where he couldn't let anybody else inside, and Jay-Z was not allowed inside. Can you verify that?
That is a fact.
Jay-Z's like ringing the doorbell in the back, and they're like, nope, can't help you out, Jay.
No, that's a fact. It was so packed. Tek and I were behind the console. Like, we was kneeled down with our book right in our round behind the console. Every time you look up, you see KRS. I'm like, God dang. I looked up and saw Fat Joe. Fat Joe was a bully. Yeah. I love that guy. He's like, yo, I'm getting on this track.
And he always traveled with two other guys just the same size.
Yeah, like you can't do nothing with that. And back then he was Fat Joe, so it's like he was definitely Flow Joe. It was like, nah, I'm getting on this song. I don't think he was initially made to be on there, but he put his way on there.
He muscled his way.
Incredible song, and then we shot a video for it. Oh yeah,
it was like the rap "We Are the World." Think about it.
They should make a documentary about that. Seriously, that would be just as good.
I think they tried.
He mentioned they were working.
Well, no, he's working on a D&D, but just for that particular, just for that would be really cool.
Whatever idea that was bad.
And Dougie Fresh, it came together. It was
those giants.
Yeah,
that mixture is, and of course we the youngins, we the young shooters. At the time, I think J. Rule had the hot song out with the premiere track. So it was like we had to shine, man.
And that was Premiere. That was vintage prime years Premiere.
Goodness gracious. And you know what's crazy? Not to say anything incriminating, but I remember one of the D's was like, you know what? We just gonna have a lot of weed tonight. So it was just like
all night.
Lollapalooza.
Is it Mad Lion the first verse, right?
Mad Lion,
Yeah, it was. Yeah. He went first. Were you guys ready to fuck up some people at the Source for 3 mics on that album? That is just absurd. That's absurd.
Yeah, that was tough for us. That was tough for us. We took a brunt of a lot of stuff for Black Moon and for Helter Skelter. As you very well may know, by the time Helter Skelter came out, they was like, we're not taking any of that shit anymore. They started breaking equipment in radio stations and kicking people on stage, and they was like, nah, we're not doing that cool thing anymore. We're not doing that So it was tough, man, because it's like everybody trying to figure themselves out, and you start to blame these people who work at these corporations and who now become gatekeepers and things of that nature. You know.
Did you guys ever find out why you guys got such a low rating? Because it seems political, or there's had to be something to it.
Yeah, I can't speak to the backstory. You know, we just always. I mean, for me, I could just speak to the fact that we always played a underdog position. You know, like I said, even with the radio, and it's funny because we had great relationships with these guys when we see them. And we had to do a lot of politicking. You know, Drew High is great. And then Buck, the team of Drew High and Buck, phenomenal. You know, the good cop, bad cop, phenomenal. Yeah. Those guys will get in there and mix it up. So there's a lot of politics, man, but I can't speak specifically to why they did it other than that somebody I hope they got fired.
So it wasn't like Drew Haas check bounced at the Source. And man came in with a bunch of like bar mitzvah money from like back in the day. But like, yo, here's the bag.
Yo, you remember that time? Oh my God. Yo, chill. Back.
You know, here's
a lot of stuff going on. It definitely was a lot of stuff going on. Let's just say that.
Here's a funny question that I'm curious to get your perspective. Going that we went over the entire record, is there one thing that collectively you think like, I wish we would have done this? Like, and I'm not, look, at the time it was a gritty time. Like the music was very gritty, lo-fi in my opinion, you know, like the basement shit. I just wish that album could have just been mastered where the bass just didn't fucking break the speaker.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I've played that shit in some clubs and it was like, oh shit. I mean, it was like, I think I got fined a few spots. So I don't know if you ever go back and say, yeah, it was a little muddy.
No. You
kind of like the Wu-Tang album.
No, you're spot on. Buckshot. Again, like being such a guy who he has such an ear for natural music. Like I don't have that. I developed that, and it's still in training, you know. But he has a natural ear for music and sound, and he would say this all the time. He would get very peed off, and it became another crusade where it's like, you know what? I don't want to die in D&D. We got to start branching off to other studios. The next time we do Tek and Steele album, we're going to go to this studio. We're going to this. We're going to, like, we see all these other artists recording in these different studios, and we want a piece of that too. But at the same time, we're still young with it. We're still getting schooled by Beatminerz. D&D sound still could be.
You're happy to be at the table.
Yeah. But we've noticed that later in hindsight, going to different clubs, and when our stuff is in the mix and when our songs come on, you hear that shh before the record come on. You know, it's not appealing all the time, you know. But it led to us experimenting and going to other studios. We tried other studios and we spent a lot of money to realize that it wasn't the studio.
Yeah.
It wasn't all of the gear that you're bringing in. It's the person that's
Because a song that actually did very well is a little further forward. Cocoa Brothers, when you guys did Super Brooklyn. Now that was DJ Rob, if I'm not mistaken. DJ Rob, and I think Domingo had something to do with that album too. But that was a great sound.
Yep.
Punchy.
And these guys, Tek hated that beat, by the way. I heard that beat and was like, yo, we got to do this.
That was fresh.
It's just one of those tracks, you know, and it's skipping around so much. I'm like, yo, it would be just fun to see if we can pull it off. I'm glad we did it. But yeah, we was working with these guys who had it 78, 88. They had just built a new studio, and this guy, his ears was fresh. He was fresh with sound. He was all about sound and getting it right. So yeah, that's where you hear the crispiness and just trying to branch off and do things. But it also, you know, I guess a lot of the core fans got hit different too, because that's around the time when we were awakening and the sound switched. Yeah. But we were still working in D&D a little bit. But when we went to mix, we went elsewhere. We spent a lot of unnecessary bread.
Yeah, it's a cleaner sounding album, but it doesn't have the same cohesiveness.
Exactly.
As Dah Shinin.
So when you go back, like, not to, you know, spin the wheel back to when you said something about the BDI Thug album, I think Buck was trying to define himself, and like he has with this music ear, and then struggling with the creativity because you're also now this business guy, this label owner. Like, I'm glad I didn't have that conflict. You know, I always, like, now I think about, I'm working towards being able to create freely. No time restraints or restrictions.
I think if you are, like Dre said, he was considered like a god, right? If you are of that stature and you're in the game for that long, you are going to have projects like that. Snoop Dogg was Snoop fucking Lion 10 years ago.
Yo, yes.
You know?
Yes, that's cool.
KRS was like a preacher for its Spiritual Minded album or something that like came and went. You're gonna have those hiccups. It's to be expected because it is impossible to be stagnant and can be the same guy you were 30 years ago.
Yeah,
doesn't mean those moves that you make are going to be the right moves either. But everyone's allowed a mulligan here or there in this game, especially if you've been doing it for that long.
Yeah, I think on purpose, I would like to just leave some of those breadcrumbs. I never gravitated to like the lost tapes or anything like that, but I think it's good that it exists.
Yeah. Mm.
I have like this rap book that's like an old school encyclopedia. And I'm like, this is not going to be important until I die. You know, and I always think about my brother Floyd Patterson that told me, yo, write the book. You know, it's like, what are you waiting for? Like, this is the book. Put it together, curate it how you think it needs to be curated. So it's good to see a lot more artists doing literary works as well. I don't know, man. Some kind of way, you know, even away from rap, I miss looking at the covers where you can go like the Prince record or the Michael Jackson record and they got the words on the inside.
Yeah.
You know, take me.
We talk about that often. How
all the time.
Physical media. You know,
like, I'm still holding this. Like, it still means something to me. You know?
Shit.
You know, I mean, having a tangible product in your hand connects you to the music more so than anything. I mean, you could stream something off Spotify, but if you're streaming that again in 2-3 days from now, you know, it might not. You may not even do that, but if you do, you don't have that same connection.
Yeah, I mean, you know where you was when you was listening to that. You know,
I think I stole this back in. I was in 8th grade.
I was part of the game too. You got the cassette. Damn, I love it.
We talk about this all the time too. About this music is about where was I and what was I doing when I was listening to fill in the blank. And everybody's got a story about all of these albums. I know exactly what I was doing when I picked up Dah Shinin. I remember it vividly, and these guys do too.
I was puffing Mad L's and catching wreck with my crew.
it's always.
That's how we should end it.
You know, it's crazy, like, because it made me think about rolling my first spliff. You know, because I wasn't like the kid that started out. Like, I wasn't even in high school. Everybody was smoking already. I'm like, shit, I can't go there not knowing how to do this. So I picked, you know, one of my friends who I thought he knew how to do it. He ain't know how to do it. You know, so it's like, all right. It's like, so when you listen to this music and you hear it, I used to listen to these guys on the radio, you know, like when Awesome 2 was coming on, like ungodly hours, 2, 3, 4 in the morning, you sleep recording. Once you get that record, you want to share that with someone. Did you hear that new Black Moon, that new Smith? Or what? You ain't hear the Helter Skelter? Oh, you wildin'. Yo, roll up, play that. It's like it's nothing else to do but just get into that, crack something over a CD or a record, and it's like a ritual, you know. So when you talk about 95, like those songs, we did that to like a lot of those records made us do that ritual, you know.
Of course. All right, before we go to part 2 of this interview, when you guys put out this album, I have 2 quick questions. I need 2 stories of 2 guys that were very important and influential and are a huge part of why we do what we do with this show. Give me a quick story about Sean Price and Tupac.
You said Sean short Price. Answers. I don't think they're going to be short.
I'll try my best.
Look, we've been talking for 3 hours now. We usually say 35, 40 minutes for an interview, but it tells you something when you have a 3-hour interview.
Well, you know? The guy who's going to be editing this is going to have a lot of ganja.
That's why I got to stay clean, man, because I'll be fucking on tangents.
We'll just do an unedited version, keep it raw. But
yeah, no, that'd be great. Like that'd be that's what's going to kill him. But Sean Price, I like to call him my ghostwriter. You know, Sean Price is the guy who his honesty is his best quality, and because you gotta love him or just don't mess with him. I met him in Heritage House in Brownsville. We was play rapping. None of us was trying to rap. 360 degrees back home. Later on, we are in a rap group, a super group called a Boot Camp Clik. There was not a plan. We wasn't talking about it. But when it happened, we were supposed to do that. Sean was the only one that could talk to me when I had an attitude. He had a way of peeling back a layer that no one else could penetrate. I had a time where I was going through it. I was alcoholic, but I was still on my spiritual journey. So I had a bad attitude. I had on this white scarf. It was white. Someone made a yarn, knitted me a scarf with a matching hat.
They hate you?
No, yo. Listen, you know what? I was, like I said, I was having a moment, and it was white with red stripe, yellow stripe, green stripe. So I was like Bob Marley. I was one of the Marleys, right? We were on a boot camp tour, but my vibe wasn't a Marley vibe, okay? I was stressed out, excuse me. And Sean Price came and sat next to me on the bar, next to the bar, and he said, yo, you look like a drunk Bob Marley. Right? And I just bust out.
Let's go Sean Price. Let's go Sean Price.
Like, I can't even be mad. It ain't like, yo, what's wrong with you? What are you doing? It's like, yo, forget about that, man. We got stuff to do. And it's not like to be dismissive. You know, it's kind of like to say, yo, I understand that it's tough, but let's try to lighten that load and get to work. You know, and one of his greatest things he would say to me was like, yo, just rap. Because I'm always very extra critical, always trying to make it make sense, connect the dots and all of that. And son would just go, yo, just rap. Just rap, bro. And it's crazy because we would battle. And I'm like, do I rap like this? This is how I do it. But he was just like, what he was saying to me in hindsight was surrender. Let go. You know? Let go, bro, because you nice. I started rapping because of you. We ain't saying that, but we saying that. And it's like, I'm not going, I put you guys on. I'm the reason why I don't think like that. But to get those type of accolades on a spiritual level, like, wow, we inspire each other like that. And yeah, man, I hold him close, man. He's all over the room, man. I got like Sean Price.
Yeah.
Over there.
Yeah.
That's dope.
Yo, you got the action figure?
Yeah, that's the action figure up there.
Nice.
Yeah, Sean P was like a one of one. You know, a lot of
He's
people
in my top
passed.
5.
A lot of people passed, but there's never been a person anything like what Sean P was like.
No.
You know?
Nah, I think he passed to give us something, and hopefully we receive that. You know, that's why I spoke to Rockness Monster and Rusty Jukes. They have a project that's coming out, and these are the guys who pretty much, you know, they are the prodigal sons of Sean Price. Even though Rockness Monster kind of like discovered Sean, so to speak, and Rusty. I mean, well, to us, Sean discovered Rusty, but they all have a history together where these guys met some kind of weird way. But yeah, Sean has been the anchor for Boot Camp, and it's safe to say that when he passed away, the Boot Camp had to graduate from out of Boot Camp. You know, you might say it's over, but it's not. It is now transitioned to something different.
And the crazy thing is, he was hitting a whole new stride right before he died. It's like he kind of figured out the Matrix. Yeah, it was like, fuck.
Yo,
I love his line in the song "And So," where he's like, "I guess I'm back where I started. Fucking something fucked up and rapping with buckshot and acting retarded or something like that." It's so fucking funny.
So transparent, and you really gonna say that? Yeah, man.
He's self-deprecating.
He had no filter. No filter.
Self-deprecating.
Filter and confident.
Yeah.
I can't rhyme like that. I can't. I be trying to just say what came out my mind. I'm like, nah, that's trash. So it's like you gotta respect that to a whole other degree. That craftsmanship. But some of it is just like, it might just be very simple.
Yeah.
Like I find myself I'm still the lyrical guy, because I'm like, wow, my initial blueprint was rhyming like all the guys who was top guys at the time. So I was always in this competitive mode, but I wasn't the guy who went battle rap. I got reeled into it because that's what the Times was about. But my best friend at the time was Rock. I'm like, yo, Rock, get him. So of course you had to keep up with this guy, you know? But yeah, man, when Sean came in, he brought a whole different dynamic, which allowed us to be more natural and more real and more funny. Like even when Sean is freaking hilarious, man, because he's like, yo, he started making up rules that wasn't real. Like you wear sneakers and camouflage, you pussy. Like we wasn't saying that. He just blurted that out and people ran with it. And this guy's like, yo, Steele, look, he has sneakers on. Yo, beat him up. That's not a real rule, bro. Like, Sean just be running with it, man. And we needed that on the road. We needed that comic relief. He had us watching Will Ferrell. I didn't know how funny Will Ferrell was until Sean Price brought his SNL tapes. He was watching Will Ferrell as Mel Torme. I'm like, yo. But what he would say is like, yo, still, I got mad useless information in my head. You know, he's like, yo, I don't know if I can do another album. I don't know if I can say any more stupid shit. He's such a genius. He was so well aware of the impact that he was doing and how, you know, how he was manifesting, because it was clearly not those idiot stuff.
And what about Pac?
Pac, man, Pac is a beacon. Pac is a beacon, a lightning bolt. Energy is incredible, and he's thinking like, you forget how young he was.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's like 26 when he passed or something.
man, I don't think he made it to 26.
25, 26. 25.
But I don't. You gotta go. Well, he was raised by Panthers, so his mentality has always been a protective mentality, a revolutionary mentality. So when you're born in this type of poverty, or where it's like where you are lack of basic essentials that families have, and you're being bounced around, like your identity is kind of compromised. You have to always go somewhere and prove yourself. This is what we see with Pac. Like, people always say, you know, which one is it? Is he this Pac or that Pac? He's all of them, all of the above. We spent about a week with him in his home, and man, fell in love with this guy, man. Like, he was so natural. He was like us. And I think he fell in love with us because we was like him. He was hanging out with the Outlaws, and the Outlaws was just like some guys who was just ready to protect their guys. And they just happened to be super talented, and we all going to make this music, and we all going to make this money. So he would talk a mile a minute about how we're going to do this. We're going to do this One Nation project. We're going to do it on this, on Machiavelli, and then y'all going to do part 2. Duck Down East is going to be Duck Down. Y'all going to do the tours, because he knew, he was well aware that he couldn't go in different states because of his status and relationships with different people. And he was pretty much passing us the baton of like, yo, like, you guys have the connections to get with people that I can't. And it was like, he can't be serious. This guy, he can't be serious. It was just like, oh, you can't be serious. Like, it was mind-blowing, man, because I'm like, I'm still starstruck. I'm in this guy's home.
Well, that's it. So spending that kind of time, because we all know the persona of what he was always, that sound bite, you know, always kind of, you know, almost like the puppet master, you know, but those are the things I didn't like about him. Because it's like you knew deep inside that there was like a deeper person there. So being that you were home alone with them and you had that different perspective, I mean, that's that's what I always wanted to see, because I knew that there was more there.
Yo, and it didn't take much to come out. You know, it wasn't like we saw this first and then we saw this. It was like once we got to the set, it was all open doors. The only thing I could say was kind of like intimidating was going to the studio, and they have like you know, security guards and metal detectors. But we knew what we was going into. We knew it was a war zone, but we was together. That's that PNC life. We know when we got the people with us and we get through this with this team, then we good. And we're going to pass it the opportunity. This is Tupac. You know what I mean? This is a great opportunity. So it was spending time with him was mandatory, because I don't think we could have did it any other way. I don't think we could have sent us beats, and it would have been trash. And unfortunately, the stuff never materialized the way he had planned it. He had big plans for that. The time that we spent with him, like, it was infectious. It birthed the BDI Thug. It birthed the mentality of us going back to do Rude Awakening and going, yo, at the time I was an A&R for Duck Down. That didn't last long. But my mentality was directly infected by Tupac when he fed us, because he had all of these beats and he had an open mindset to go, yo, who has tracks? How do you have guys like Smith & Wesson, and you have Smooth B, and you have Outlaws, and you got all these different guys. They don't really go together, really. But he's like, yo, who wants to be on this project? That he attempted We Are the World with this, but his timing was kind of off, because a lot of people wasn't digging him right at that particular time. And I think because we did, and we confidently went down there with him, and we stayed in his home as opposed to going to a hotel, that hit him different. We was eating in his kitchen. We ate. It was one time we ate all the food. He had special sodas. We drank all the sodas. Then I say we, because I'm sure I was guilty, but it wasn't really me. It was like Buckshot. Buckshot was a soda guy. Drank all the Tupac sodas, so they had to put his They start putting his name on it. That's what happened when you bring a bunch of guys in your house, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got pantries and shit. You don't know about pantries.
Was he living at that time? He had a big crib?
Yeah, he was living in Calabasas.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah.
He just had moved in there, and the crib was a nice size crib, you know. He hadn't, you know, it was still some rooms that were unfurnished. I slept in a room with no furniture in it, no bed in it. It was just a rug. It was a nice plush rug, but there was no furniture in it. The living room had furniture. He had a laser disc system. He had about 4 discs. One disc was Scarface. I forget what the other one was. We was like, yo, let's watch Scarface. Like, what does Tupac do in this big ass house? Like, all right, he's trying to call girls. He's like, yo, I can't get no pussy with the boot camp. Like, we was just joking and just having fun. At one time, we broke out and had a water fight. So we was running around the pool, and then we noticed something. We noticed that his tents on his windows, like, we sit in the living room, so the whole living room is windows to the patio. So we noticed that the tents on the windows was put on the wrong way. So you could not see outside. But if you was outside, you could see inside. So we was like, yo, Pop. We started bringing his attention to certain things, and we still at the time, keep in mind, we conspiracy theorists in the middle of a war.
Yeah.
We Boot Camp Clik thinking like, you know, guerrilla tactics. We like, yo, that's kind of, nobody makes that kind of mistake. That's on purpose. Like, you got to talk to somebody, get that out of here, like, change that up. Like, that's a setup right there. From then, we was like, nah, bro. So we was building with him on other things. He also had a hill where you could go stand on a hill and you could see into his house. It's like a perfect spot for a sniper. You know? And we was building with him on these different things. So I think he was taking a keenness to that. And like, yo, I love these boot camp guys. And he mentioned that some of the other artists was busting his chops because they were staying in hotels and they was treating it like that. Yo, when are we going to the studio? When we're going to eat? Things of that nature. Pac was like, we in the crib making pancakes and eggs and turkey bacon. And he comes in from the shooting the movie, and we got the whole kitchen smelling like, you know, IHOP. And he just takes off his fucking blazer and sits down and eats with us. We doing push-ups. He drops and do push-ups with it. So we was clicking, man. We was clicking. And when he was working, we would be rolling with the Outlaws. We would be rolling. He had Castro riding us around, EDI riding us around. So they took us in, man.
That's crazy.
Outlaws, man.
What's crazy is, like you said, he was 25. What you said? You're 50 now. So think about that. Like, you're twice his age and how prolific he was at 25.
Mind blowing.
It's crazy.
Blowing. I got to sit down and, you know, just think about these things and process it, because when life be life and you forget these things, it be like, what, 10 years, 20 years, 25, like,
it's great.
I say this all the time, but I truly believe that had he lived, he'd be bigger than Will Smith in acting. He wouldn't even rap anymore. He would just be one of the most prolific actors.
Yo, he was on to something. When he left, he was telling us, and when you look at the last couple of videos that he was doing, what he instilled in us, he said, I'm not doing videos, I'm just going to shoot small films. So that's why he was shooting videos for every song, and he was stacking up catalog because he was about to bust a move. And it's unfortunate because it's like, man, you call it conspiracies, but it seemed like it's laid out to kind of like, yo, this guy is going to be, like you said, he's going to be big and uncontrollable for a lot of people.
Crazy.
Same thing with a Biggie. Biggie is, you know, it's unfortunate that these guys, Biggie made one album. And, like, you know, he's heralded as the greatest rapper. And here we got Jay-Z. It's like, you know, he couldn't even get into the studio that day.
Right. I can't thank you enough. What time is it? It is now 1:00. We started this a little bit after 10. So can you imagine the conversation we're having? It's now 1 o'clock.
Definitely hang out and have drinks with you guys. That's what this proves.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, man.
Man, it's a week. It's a school night. And I got kids, so I got to wake up and make turkey sandwiches.
Hey, Kev, I got to cut someone's hair at 7 a.m. They're going to have a fucked up hairdo, I'll tell you that.
It's gonna look like this.
Yeah, going to give them a Gumby.
So promise us when you guys prep this album, it's about to come out, and you're coming back from tour, you and Tek will come back on the show, and we'll continue this conversation for another few more hours.
I don't often make promises, but this one I will make. I will definitely make this promise. This conversation was very important, and I feel like after listening to the album, you're going to want to have to kind of cross-reference these things and see if it's real, if it sticks. And I would love to see you guys' perspective on it.
Absolutely. I think you're going to give the listeners, myself included, all of us, a new... It's almost like listening to the album for the first time after hearing these stories. Right. And that's, one of the things that we wanted to accomplish. And that you're going to get people...
You can pop it in and go, yo.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're also excited for you to hear the finished product. We'll do you guys proud.
Yo, man,
you're gonna like it.
I have no doubt about that. The conversation itself was great, man. Thank y'all so much.
Yeah.
Thank you,
man.
Yeah, but this was great. This was great. Yes, sir. Salute. I'll be the General Steele representing Smith & Wesson, Bucktown, USA. You know how we do. You about to check out an album spotlight on Take It Personal radio show with the none other than Philip Flavor, the one only Kevlar, Ron, and DJ 360 degrees back home. This is a Smith & Wesson breakdown album spotlight. You don't want to sit through this. Get your popcorn right now and tune in. Tap in or tap out. Let's go.
You say a one for the trouble, two for the time. Come on, y'all, let's rock.
All right, there it is, folks. Another one for the shelf. I'm getting tired of saying it, but it's true, right? I mean, we're just packing your shelves. You guys, it was what, 3 rows? Now you're on 4th row. We're probably on the 6th row by now, right? 6 rows of fucking classics. It's gonna be the last F-bomb I drop actually tonight because we're gonna parlay from this episode right into our PG-13 show for the family. So I got to be on my best behavior. But listen, General Steele, very appreciative and grateful for the time you shared with us, the stories, the insight, just everything was great. The fact that Jay-Z was locked out of D&D that night is fucking great. I love it. Yeah. They sent him on a trip to go grab Funyuns and soda.
Confirmation.
And, he came back and they're like, leave it at the door.
Kev, where else can we get true confirmation of 2 stories that has never been talked about on any other show?
Sean Carter was
rejected
on the stoop. In any event, great show, guys. Wrap it up.
Listen, I want to thank you guys for all tuning in. Another dope episode. Breaking down this album with Steele really shows a quintessential example of that Brooklyn style. The Shining brings out these hard beats, raw lyrics, making Tek and Steele that duo that learned to craft tracks that resonated, that authenticity of that BK storytelling. I know these guys on the show with me, they loved what he said. It was amazing, man. These tracks are timeless. We got Bucktown, Bwoy Bureill, my personal favorite, One Time, Nothing Moved But the Money, which all became anthems for us listeners. So props to Steele for hanging out these 3+ hours, help create this classic episode. Thanks to all the Patreon subscribers as well as the listeners that reach out to us through the website. It's always encouraging to know that the show means a lot to all of you guys since we put so much into them. So in the next episode, it's going to be an interesting one. I know we kind of brush it a little bit, but with school coming back, we wanted to do a kid-friendly show to allow the younger generation to appreciate what hip-hop meant to us. So no cursing, no strong subject matter. It's just things that are suitable or influential to why we love this art form so much. So that's coming up next, episode 152. I'm glad you guys all tuned in. I appreciate you all. Peace.
Thanks, Dre, or as we say on the show, Chat GPT.
Let's just start calling him Chat. Yo, what up, Chat?
This guy, he's Chat.
Chat DRE. Chat DRE.
Do you have a teleprompter in that room that we're not aware of? When you read like Ted Koppel, who had a stroke and he can't see clearly because he has glaucoma, and he's reading the teleprompter.
Andre Harris over here.
Love it.
Yeah. All right. So look, awesome interview, awesome mix, and the ones I can recall, we've done the Beatminerz, the actual self-titled album. We did the J. Rue, Sunrises in the East. And now we've done, Smith & Wesson's Dah Shinin. All phenomenal albums, all 5 mics, all classics, although they got, 2.5 mics or something in the source?
Yeah.
Crazy.
3 mics?
Crazy.
Criminal.
So we love covering albums like this, like Wade said. They're not the ones that immediately come to your mind as, your top 5 or all-time favorites, but they very well could be. So we want to hear from you guys. What do you want to hear in the future on this show? Let us know what album spotlights you'd like us to cover. So hit us up on social media or on Patreon or however you get in touch with us, and let us know some of your selections.
And props to Smith & Wesson for doing something really important on this album, which probably led to its status, in my mind at least, and that is starting the album out with a freaking bang. The first 6 or 7 songs are absolute head slamming joints, and that's the way you start off and set the tempo for an album. So props to Smith & Wesson for that, and long live one of my favorite rappers ever, and I'm glad we got to talk about him on the show, Sean Price. Peace.
All an album needs to do for Wade to get a hard on as soon as he hears it is open up with some scratches.
Yeah, man.
We hope you're enjoying episode 151. Stay tuned for a special bonus mix featuring classics, collabos, and remixes from Smith & Wesson.
I see the crystal raindrops fall, and the beauty of it all when the sun comes shining through to make those rainbows in my mind. When I think of you sometime, and I want to spend some time with you.
Early to rise, awake way before daybreak, meditating on the steps I take. I realize there's a lot at stake, so I enterprise while trying to stack capes. But I recognize that it ain't easy, so I organize with my PNC.
From daybreak to dusk dawn, I stand strong on my own too. Give praises to Jah before maneuvering through my steps toward improvements. Meet up with my essay, put them up on the movements. I mean things like greensbacks and such. We're gonna make it happen, just the 2 of us, huh?
All heads realize, recognize. Real heads on the rise, recognize.
All heads realize, recognize. Real heads on the rise, recognize. Better recognize.
All heads realize, recognize. Real heads on the rise, recognize. Better recognize.
All heads realize, recognize. Real heads on the rise, recognize. Better recognize. I live the life of an entertainer, stress bringer. Grams of get right hides pounds of anger, and worries of success down the line. Living life to the fullest in that space and time. I'm coping with me and my habits, copping that coke over enhance the cabbage. Timz all seasons for ass kicking reasons. Never know when you catch us by committing treason.
I know what you mean, son. I've seen some blind, some deaf, some dumb. Whichever one chooses to follow, the other one loses due to mass confusion caused by fast illusion. Showing improvement, it's not just the phrase that we use it. It's the way of life when you keep it moving. So when you get new, then you be tuned in to get ready to move in position.
All heads realize, recognize. Real heads on the rise, recognize. Better recognize.
All heads realize, recognize. Real heads on the rise, recognize. Better recognize.
All heads realize,
recognize.
Real heads on the rise,
recognize.
Better
shine, you shine, I shine, you shine. In this day and time, we maintain the same frame of mind. Elevation, spark it up, you start the circulation. 60 degrees rotation, stimulation as a herb at my physical creation. Slip into a hallucination situation. Got me thinking about my life seriously. Keep it real continuous.
Before I slip into blackness, I prepare for combat. Protect my dome, cause that's where my home's at. Crack my windows, inhale as the mist flows. Build up my mental, construct on my physical.
Spreading love to my PNC, state to state.
And heads on lock, holding it down behind the gate.
Put the scribes in the mail,
or hit
son.
me on the horn.
Smith and Wesson, hold the door.
We see you when you reach home.
Like, all heads realize, recognize. Real heads on the rise, recognize. Recognize.
All heads realize, recognize. Real heads on the rise, recognize. You better recognize this.
All heads realize, recognize. Real heads on the rise, recognize. You better recognize.
All heads realize,
recognize.
Real heads on the rise, recognize. You better recognize.
Play code means rewind, the gunshot means forward. You requested it, so we rewind.
Boom, bye in the body boy head. The shot they fly down the body guy like that. 2 shots dead to him chin. Enemy your friend fake the funk, I put the jump to an end. Now who the rude boy want test the top door? I find his family to ID him in the room. I bet you never thought I bust lead. Surprise, I'm a 45 blonde head just like
you
my
try to test my champion song, you're getting Bucktown. Recognize my Boot Camp Clik out of Bucktown. Gun thirsty, look go bastard, always blasted from the sacks of coke, go up off a gas it. You say you're number one, wicked selector. I say you Panani and I wet ya. Keep the bull for I pull this here trigger. Cause you don't wanna test me when I'm tipsy off the liquor like the punk they call me Kirk. Got his feelings hurt. Showed his true colors, had to yank up his skirt. Now he's in misery, trying to cop a plea. Led to a man from gun club for number 3. See, lick up a shot, you know Dick Rider. Lick a shot for 99 on fire.
Now every man want me down, gone. All around the York niggas be talking, but we be stalking. In the darks when the dog starts barking, but in the day be wearing your where you be walking.
Somebody allow we not take that fake fun. Test the Boot Camp Clik, you know you're getting everything. Somebody allow we not take that fake fun. Test the black box scavenger map, you're getting everything. Somebody allow we not take that fake fun. Test Smith and Wesson Rasta, know you're getting everything. Somebody allow we not take that fake fun. Test the Boot Camp Clik, you know you're getting everything.
Now I sex me rough like the wicked youth in me. That motherfucker that be bugging over the truth. We see original criminal run the town. Rhyme page, that's what I practice. So act if you won't get blasted by my 9 shot. Come around my block, find a nice spot in the pine box. Murderer, Ratty boy killer, holding power filler. We about to get illa.
Song boy, got enough reason to worry. Coming with my troops, we's about to bury. Better pack it up to move in a hurry. Ease up, then. Looking at my pager, it's about that time to load up the 9 and do my daily crime. Warriors, conquerors, the man before ya. Mr. Ripper, aka the enemy killer. My man with the weed is my man indeed. And all you sucky ducky niggas catch knots with speed.
Somebody allow we not take that fake fun. Test the Boot Camp Clik, you know you're getting everything. Somebody allow we not take that fake fun. Test the black ops scavenger map, you're getting everything.
Lots of boy gonna get dead tonight, Duke. As I retrieve the 2-5 from my 10 boots. Target pun side, trigger pun cock. Just your pupils to see a dead boy walk. Enough pussy all gonna die this year. Here comes my boot camp sliding to the rear.
The rain, hurricane, still licking shots. More untouchable than niggas with the chicken pox. Dreads and froze out to get the doughs like Bisquick. From now until Louisville still packs the biscuit.
99.
Smith and Wesson OGC is the beast from the east and gun clapper number 3. Bring the realness, feel this, feel this black moon, feel this. We come to let you know what the deal is. Straight up, we serve justice. So if you can't be trusted, may you return where the dust is.
Click, click. Yeah.
Red.
Yeah. Said.
You know a sound boy there. Hear the blick of them in lens.
Here we go, breaking day with a mad lost session. Down in Bucktown, it's Black Moon and Smith and Wesson. Pick up the pace, cause we're right behind you. Black the punk got X amount of shots. Take one, take it back. Booyah, guy, Mr. Ripper did the shooting. Cops heard the shot,
stomping ground where herds get blown down. Think of getting caught by beats, who's a damn clown. Check the drums of death as I break what's left for your face, cause you're selling out the rap race. Your family cries as your body lies in its casket. I keep a blacksmith and Western in my polo jacket. 16 shots for all your hard rock. And if your bitch is a dime, she can get the cock. Straight up and down with 2 terrible toughies. The fix to hit your pockets and I made your eyes puffy. What pussy better drop your mic and get the steppin' before you face the fix with a blacksmith and Western.
Load the clip, bust that to the head. Then have your head trained, buckshot and forehead. Load the clip, bust that to the head. Then have your head trained, buckshot and forehead. Load the clip, bust that to the head. Then have your head trained, buckshot and forehead. Load the clip, bust that to the head. Then have your head trained, buckshot and forehead.
Real niggas representing don't die, never dead. Like I said, all we fucking do is multiply. I puff a mad bag of Buddha. Niggas be like, yo, who the shorty? I'm busting niggas with my 6-shooter. I get so much pussy, my dick be in stitches. Red bones ain't even fuck them black Zulu bitches. What? This little nigga is a mass stalker. Brooklyn, New Yorker, wrap the leash around your neck and then the walker. If you's a bigger niggas get bucked. Cause I'm the buck and I don't give a fuck, my dick you can suck. Buck is a killer, feel a nigga like Manila. I'm small but I'm strong like that fucking gorilla. A crazy ass nigga putting Brooklyn on the map. I never gave a fuck, I never give a fuck. Cause I'm all that, I take no shit. See, giving the buck 50. I even blew the bitch, cause your man tried to snitch.
Load the clip, bust that to the head. Then have your head trained, buckshot and forehead. Load the clip, bust that to the head. Then have your head trained, buckshot and forehead. Load the clip, bust that to the head. Then have your head trained, buckshot and forehead. Load the clip, bust that to the head. Then have your head trained, buckshot and forehead.
Shit, my personality split, and I'm about to flip. Whip my nigga, pull the trigger, let the Glock spit. A little badass shorty with no remorse. I kill 40s and toss grenades on stage, so who's the boss? Another crew blew up the scene, drew up a plan to get green. Now I got sticky mean with my tag team. G-Morning, if you're thinking of taking this, the underground rules, and ain't no more faking if you're thinking of making it. Straight up and down, no respect to Bucktown. Home of the chrome where I roam, knock it in the fuck now. Stand, just when you thought it was safe to come out with a rhyme, I got the 9 to your face. Boom, hooked up with Black Moon, now it's on for real. So I pack more steel, looking for a kill. Hope you're not the picture on my scope, cut the thread of pump lead from the blacksmith and West enough said.
Load the clip, bust that to the head. Then have your head trained, buckshot and forehead. Load the clip, bust that to the head. Then have your head trained, buckshot and forehead. Load the clip, bust that to the head. Then have your head trained, buckshot and forehead. Load the clip, bust that to the head. Then have your head trained, buckshot and forehead.
Let's get it, let's get it on.
Stick them up, word is born for what we've learned. Smith and Wesson is sworn to take what we've earned.
Day one, me and my son
and me,
we stick together like family, so don't challenge we.
Right now it's all about the currency, and I'm representing a 211 with my new gun.
So who's funny with money that's mine or yours?
Will have a lot on his mind,
and even more on his drawers.
No losses get took by these 2 crooks from Crooklyn.
That's my word.
So if you're looking for a herd, keep looking.
Yeah, cause we be looking too, Mr. Ripper, what you wanna do?
On the creek, catch a crew that's sleep.
Get them for the cash.
Don't forget the stash that's hitting.
No time to waste, slip ups are forbidden.
Cause this here is where we remain as pioneers.
Nothing to fear.
When we smell dough in the
it's
air.
all about the cash.
Still on nothing move but the
it's
money.
All about the cash.
Still on nothing move but the
it's
money.
All about the cash.
Still on nothing move but the
it's
money.
All about the cash.
Still on nothing move but the money.
Mr. Rip, I think it's that time again.
Shit is forever on.
So never will the drama end.
You know I'm ready, son. So whichever ones come first, it really don't matter cause they all get it worse.
No doubt, this is what we're talking about.
You better hope you're not the next stop on a paper route.
We don't care.
Throw your hands way in the air.
Give it right here.
This might appear to be a nightmare.
No, but everything's real in the core of a street.
Where you do go to war,
but you don't go to sleep.
Don't peek.
cause I got you covered, and I'll advise you.
Don't try to run cause I might surprise you.
The eyes do see a lot.
We be on point.
To the point cause some guys tried to blow spots.
But my joint keeps me easy.
Two squeezes.
Two releases what please me.
Cushion pain to maintain a solid frame.
Gotta stay a step ahead of any changes in the game.
Criminal minded.
Searching you find it.
We do our own thing.
Cause society's blinded.
But I'm reminded
that it's time to get paid.
Cause move fakers fall in the grave that they made.
Who's safe from the neighborhood troublemakers?
Staying high constantly.
On the search to get the papers.
All about the cash.
Still don't nothing move but the money.
All about the cash.
Still don't nothing move but the dough.
All about the paper.
Still don't nothing move but the money.
All about the cash.
Still don't nothing move but the dough.
All about the paper.
Still don't nothing move but the money.
All about the cash.
Still don't nothing move but the dough.
All about the paper.
Still don't nothing move but the money.
All about the cash.
Still don't nothing move but the dough.
Day turns the night as the crooks hit the pavement.
When the crumbs to your dough,
we got you under enslavement.
Payment comes when I run up on your corner.
Since I got the drop on you now, you's a goner. Don't nothing move but the cash, alright? Don't play fast,
you might find out that's leaving in the bag tonight.
I'm beat up from the feet up.
Plus my trigger finger's itchy, ready to get shipped.
When my pocket's feeling empty.
Since we on a mission to get dough,
move incognito,
avoid any 5-0.
How low can we go?
I know.
Tell 'em.
Timberland tree kicking in your cerebellum.
First sweet,
smoke up the Sensi.
Get diarrhea,
then get down and dirty.
Bucktown develops as we represent
all the crooks that stretch across the east and the west.
Doing dirt ain't nothing new to the crooks from the street.
Step into our business just to make ends meet.
Boot Camp Clik, putting shit under smash.
You know the rules.
Don't nothing move but the cash.
Still don't nothing move but the
money. It's all about the cash.
Still don't nothing move but the
It's all about the cash.
Still don't nothing move but the money.
It's all about the cash.
Still don't nothing move but the
It's all about the cash.
Still don't nothing move but the
It's all about the cash.
Still don't nothing move but the Still don't nothing move but the money. Still don't nothing move but the dough. This is how we do every day, all day. This is how we do. This is how we do. Smith and Wesson don't play. This is how we do. This is how we do every day, all day. This is how we do. Click, click, click in the night. I shine,
you shine,
shine.
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 I shine,
you shine.
In this day and time,
we maintain
the same frame of mind. Elevation,
spark it up.
Yo, start the circulation.
360 degrees. 360 degrees. 360 degrees in rotation.
Stimulation as the herb bless my physical creation. Slip into a hallucination.
Situations
got me thinking about my life seriously. Keep it real continuously.
Before I slip into blackness, I prepare for combat. Protect my dome, cause that's where my home's at. Crack my windows, inhale as the mist flows. Build up my mental, construct on my fist.
Spreading love to my Brooklyn crew.
Be you,
bad boy.
Smith and Wesson coming through.
Tek and Steele, traveling through the battling, handling all that's challenging to the very end. This is how we do. This is how we do. Every day, all day. This is how we do. This is how we do. Smith and Wesson don't play. This is how we do. This is how we do when we get down with Mary J. This is how we do when we break day. Click, click, click.
Those pretty memories, I know you can hear me now. For the record, I love you, I love you. Those pretty memories, I know you can hear me now. For the record, I love you, I love you.
To the end of time. I know, I can't explain. My compassion just blow their brain. Who are the man with the gun in his hand? Step up on the scene like Captain Caveman. You want the music, everybody scream louder. Lick beer shot and smell the gunpowder.
Come on. Yeah. On and 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 on. Freestyle flow to make the crowd just go. The old to the new to the old. The rhythm be working up on me, the crowd be jumping up on me, the people are waiting up on me to enter the stage in the rage, mad lions out the cage. Now it's time for me to engage, and bear witness, the lyrical fitness, the jumps, the dives, the leaps. Are you getting this? Next, to step up, microphone check up, KRS-One, so come and get your wreck up.
Our mother who art in heaven, number 7 is the weapon with the goddess. I'm stepping lyrically, I'm never begging, you know. I'm the difference between Indo and oregano. Imagine how fresh I am now, made these lyrics up a year ago. So report back, it was fat, fit, all that quick. Pump that drop, S hit, I'm lyrically physically fit. Catch me bugging on the mic, every day and every night, every hour, every second minute. Don't stop, get it, yes admit it. When I'm way up in it, you can't hide cause my radar's going bip, 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 bip. I reside in the watchtower, watching MCs land. Your career will be as short as my part, and who's the man? Goddamn, I'm the pinnacle, yes the metaphysical. Come to you as the rap god of lyrical syllable. Fall to your knees, bring fruit, ask advice, put your rhymes on the altar, burn them as a sacrifice. The aroma reaches up to my nostril, I get hostile. Your lyrics are stiff like David Copper. Yes, Premier rocks the track on time. KRS-One went off at the top of the head bomb. Yeah, Fat Joe, you know you gotta flow. My man Dougie Fresh down with the one called KRS. We got the mad MCs up in the D&D. I'm out, G. 1, 2.
Yeah. Motherfuckers know who's the best. If it ain't Fat Joe, then it must be Lord Finesse. Think not to show what you got, but don't grab this mic, the shit's too hot. I'm the born killer, nigga from the Bronx. Rappers talk shit, but there's really no harm. Bring it on if you think you can hang, and if not, then let me do my thing. Yeah, so Smith and Wesson, if you're down with me, represent one time on the MIC.
Smith and Wesson in the joint one time.
Mr. Ripper, get your gear and prepare for war.
Mr. Fixer, you ain't gotta tell me no more. Cause what I see on the daily deals with reality. So come follow me on this journey.
Brooklyn, where the crooks dwell and the products overlooked. In the form of a street, you know them well.
Bet your ass this grass is greener
than the 27 cents a meter. You know the vibe.
With Smith and Wesson twist up the tie.
These are my people in the field.
So my head's in the sky.
We do or die to test your stamina. So any challenger, we pass a motherfucker off to the damage.
Super scientifical madness. My status is the baddest every time I bless the apparatus. You wish to take me out, so you study. Meanwhile, my clothes, mics and foes are left bloody, cruddy, filthy from the ground on up. When I plan my attack, I doubt that you're ready. Rain on competition like razor sharp confetti. Kung fu techniques from the perverted monastery. Seafood room manipulates the microphone while rhymes like bullets penetrate your zone. We bring more drama than Kevin Costner. No, I'm not Jamaican, but yes, I'm a Rasta. Yo, we out. D&D All-Stars, you know what I'm saying? We about to make like a bag check and bounce, as my man Mr. Dave would say. We keep it moving. Peace.
Check it out. It's your brother Jay with the Damager representing the Take It Personal radio show. Feel the flavor, Kevlar, and DJ 360 in the house. Homies from back in the day, you know what time it is.
Excess amount of food necessary. Heads ain't ready for the script we got. Heads ain't ready, man, I swear they not. Heads ain't ready for the script we got. Heads ain't ready, man, I swear they not. Heads ain't ready for the script we got. Heads ain't ready, man, I swear.
Nowadays I had it up to here, from my chest to my head. When the Buddha bless my head, then the eyes are red coming for ya. 3, 2, 1, nice to know ya. You wanted to pop jokes and I was like a little figure on the floor.
Heads ain't ready, got the original guns and machetes. I pin that ass to the grass like I was Teddy. Cause brothers ain't ready for the froze and the dreads. Grab the Glock and hit you from your toes to your head.
There's an X amount of y'all, that's the car. We pass it over here so I can get irie. Why we smoke so much, brothers keep asking why the original gun clappers keep on clapping.
Heads ain't ready for what my clique got in store. What we got in store keeps us prepared
prepared for the war. Shows get blown, hoes get thrown out the room. Plus napkins for nitwits that ride these from now to noon. Now assume position, pumps pissing in pants, cause lyrical skills is making you feel.
Still living, in case you didn't know how we be living. It's in my nature to keep robbing like Gibbons. For real though, bring your steel, bro, kill or be killed, jug you don't know. So that leave you screwed like a dildo. I still blow, pumps like crust into dust. Plus we got your buck.
The warrior,
rock and what?
Heads ain't ready for the click we got. Heads ain't ready, man, I swear they not. Heads ain't ready for the click we got. Heads ain't ready, man, I swear they not. What's that aroma in the air? Trees, so what that means, son?
It's hunting season. Stack cake, do you got what it takes? Can you react when your life's at stake? I rock the stripes of an MP, find my Tim tree, and keep the Taurus from my enemy.
Whenever he come in the midst of this boot camp click, it gets realer, so what? Still serve just fits. 32 degrees freeze until these MCs decide to relieve you of breathe. On my way from out of state, I hit my block FAP with my man Ruck and my man Rock ST. Just left my man Brown Nose. Now we got a sack of the black for the shows. Clothes ain't really nothing to me, but I stay with my Timberland tree and my BOOTC. Rock the party, keep my head not tea. Did you notice me floating with potency? Buckshot, the DDB, and the Evil D. We rock fluently.
Heads ain't ready for the clicks we got. Heads ain't ready, man, I swear it not. Mr. McGee, don't get me angry. You wouldn't like it when I'm angry. Ill thoughts through the dome start to change. We get rangy, we got be kicking. My flavor, even my neighbors notice the change in the ruckus behavior.
Now you roaches don't even come close or approach this. What I be smoking, leave your monkey ass choking. Straight from Yardie like the one Robin Marley. You hardly ever saw me without a bag of that bomb weed. I wake up in the morning and chocolate's what starts it. Reaching in my pocket for the roach to spark. I'm stepping in hotter this year with my brethren dry tear. My cousin with no fear, so who wanna come test the top dog? They think you got the bitches and they take you to the mall.
Here's misdemeanor, the crook with the mouthful, known for being loud and rocking those flavor tempos. Half past Lincoln, clothes dead and stinking. Country boy got me just zoning and thinking. Time to start stacking on you crab ass snakes. Gotta move right, cause my rep's at stake. Call up my dogs that's quick to bust. PNC, take you back to the dust. Now I got 4 eyes to watch my back, plus my own 2, make it the full 6-pack. Now we bring the ruckers to wanna be knuckers. Body and suckers like I change up my chuckers.
Don't you know the WAR is ON? Open to them head scoping, hoping they can get a bite and write what I write, but they don't know the night. Keeps me and my clique airtight. All y'all writers wanna chunk the script, but you quick to take a flick by my side as you shake my hand, giving the fake smile. But I beat you for a while. Ease out, selected when the beat pull your file. Can I pull your card again? The Bucks Guardians, the armor leg, armor head. So begin to drop the bombs.
You ask for it, who want people, here's more. For this side packs with automatic 4-4s. Yeah, this ain't before, don't even speak about my fleet. Mini pop junk, but front when them see me, them not
Heads
ready.
ain't ready for the click we got.
Them not
Heads
ready.
ain't ready, man, I swear they not. Heads ain't ready for the click we got. Heads ain't ready, man, I swear they not.
Motherfucker had it up the hill, from my chest to my head. When the lead paint their town red, bloodshed and dead. I grew through these pavements. We all together, there's no slave ships. For running rebels, embrace this. Be watchful of large crowds hovering, covering in the dawn. Hush is the storm, I cock back. Relax who drink the Henny, real slugger. My fleet is feet ahead, so we will see you suckers. Shake them down for profound sound. Don't get bunged by lightning. Throw your fists up, cause on your fight.
The escapade when it's follows was this chick from Guatemala. Guatemala, moved to QU 7 years ago with a father. I met Shorty Wop at a block dice game. No words were exchanged, body language did its thing. Think I didn't when I did take honey back to the nest. The twister back out soon as we hit the rest. Mix hugs and kisses sway like a flower in bloom. Seductively undressing as she glid across the room and cocked the seat up on the bed, grabbed the ankles and said, it's been a long time, let's see if you're ready yet.
So I say, ready. All my peoples, are you ready?
Are you ready?
All my peoples, are you ready?
Are you?
We, the soldiers of misfortune, has fought one common cause to keep mine and yours from falling off when sources uncontrollable offers coffins for all of you. Soon we'll see, it might be too late to come in unity.
Yo, it's on again. Whack get gone and win. Boot camp begins swarming in. So I say, all my peoples, are you ready? Are you ready? Not them ones gas like they get let these soldiers get busy like this party like a Barbie. You too late. Once we start, we naturally get combies. When squads meet, oh God, we call that. But I'm rocking, you can't escape me. Call me out the trash, out the smash. When rock rolls, I crash like a drunk driver with this tire slash. Oh, you don't know the half. If you do, then baby you can fuck with me and my WWBCC.
Oh, it's my go. I blow MCs out of the frame. Tell me that it wasn't your last LP to blame. Yo, I got this shit locked like terrorists in airplanes. Now that my square is complete, I got no time for games. I know me and Rhino be like the Lone Ranger and Tonto, sticking niggas up for they weed and they pronto. I play the background, call me the head honcho. Out to get mine, I got no time for your combo. We got you, hot to hit 'em with a combo. Me and Bill Slugger out and Shorty Wop Diablo.
All my heads, are you ready?
Are you
I say,
ready?
All my heads, are you ready?
Are you?
Life is a sound, we are the champions, yeah, listen to sound, we are the number ones, cause I'm still number for the people them, we have to be a little stronger, holding on the top dog, you will be wrong to miss the storm on CD-ROM, giving you the bomb, big up to Torsion.
From an unknown region, me and my legion never believe in the evil ways of a heathen. I breathe in, out, improve on my physical. Trees keep me blessed, prepared for the ritual. It's critical when I belittle fools with syllables I choose to use, cause y'all niggas is pitiful. It's difficult to see who's ready. Nocturnalist journalists racing through crews like in ready.
As I come back on track, put you in the mood to sit back and relax. I hope you cop a squat, cause what I got rocks your mind, body, and soul as I take control. What's the definition of buck? Force. I stayed away for 3 years, but came back in the fourth to stand alone on the throne, of course. Buck beat the boss, the rest getting tossed. Buckshot is here to stay, you best believe it in. Now you ready for what we got. Got to give a big up to the whole conference hall. Tek and Sway, the Vega boys in the place to be. BOOTCCAND. Let the games begin.
You can ride with me, you can ride with me. Come on, ride with me. You can ride with me.
Buckshot, Tek and Steele, Coco Brothers, and Aaliyah doing it like this. Experience this. You and I riding on a natural mist. With me and my guns, we still number one like Chris. Blacksmith and Wesson on the top of your list. Mysterious individual ST. Doghillee creep on the scene in the double D like the 18 enterprising. Trying to get right, midnight, making moves with my crews on dirt bikes. Eyes shaped up, keep my head kinked up. Linked up with my cocoa bees, cocoa trees, keep me on the level where we float on like boats in the ocean. Coastin', cocoa bees like Cheech and Chong, still smoking.
Night riders, night riders,
The night is major. Read the message flashing on my pager. Preparing for our gig in the sold out theater with money makers who hold the tables down in Vegas. Talking about the game, the homie Kobe from the Lakers. It's all the same, different faces and names. The conversation change when you hold lumps of cream. Rumors spread quicker and new friends come round. But forget where you from, got to get laid down. The super cat of this rap shit. Don't own no blacks, but I'm a classic. Posing with Falia for the fat flicks. And catch the night breeze as we burn down trees. Riding in the buggy, I 3 to NYC.
What y'all people represent? Who cares? What we here to represent? Who cares? What y'all people represent? Who cares? What we here to represent? BCC when you come on down. You see ST when you come on down. You see Mola when you come on down. You see BDB when you come on down. You see what y'all here to represent? Who can? What we here to represent? Who can? Buckshot be the #1 champ. Speeding fast like Ramadan. Plus I blow the amp and the fuse. Buck Biggie the balls, you lose if you toss. Must have got crossed at the road, niggas trying to floss. Of course, the most popular while I'm rocking the BCC, steady knocking the system out the box. Deuce and whoopers in my trunk. Frog likes to get polite and watch me as I thump. One nation, baby. Boot Camp in the league, you drive me crazy. See you when I see you.
You can ride with me, you can ride with me. Come on and ride with me, ride with me.
Yo, shit, it's wild out here, nothing changed. As far as I'm concerned, it's them against us, you know? Just ain't gonna be having the fight, just beat me all the fuck up. I'm tired of that shit, yo. Fuck that, man. Yo, Ro, man, tell him what the fuck is this.
Shit ain't never gonna change. Till more cops get blasted. How many niggas gotta get their ass kicked? How many niggas gotta die inside a cell again? Before we revolute, shoot and raise elegant. This ain't no racial shit, cause both black and white cop turn bitch. And down to let you go when you snitch. So fuck the snitch and the cop who rolls with them. Cause my hollow point to split up and break him up.
Pull over, get out, license and your registration. Next thing you know, you're cuffed up and down the station. I'm getting fed up with this everyday bullshit. I swear I rock these motherfuckers gonna make me flip. It's bad enough they from the same hood, the same school, got a badge, now they act like a fucking fool. One up in the chamber, one up in the chamber.
Come on, take now why you cops on my DN, harassing my whole C-lit. It's all politics, that's why we got the G-Lock. Pawn C-Op for the war, heating on the B-Lock. Got the extended C-lip with the rubber G-Rib. If you ever want T-Rip, you know who I be with. Whoever try to endanger, feel this hot one in the chamber.
Deceased the beast, cause silver bracelets be the faces. They get their wig pushed back, so parties should be found in different places.
I know, and every time they harass me, I sense if I flinch, they gon' fuck around and blast me. That's the impression that they gave us, so I feel like getting here with Steele, like Mr. Larry Davis.
Here we are, posted up with the fellas, living amongst the killers and neighborhood drug sellers. It's just a ghetto thing for me to get strapped with 21 hard rounds and let my heavy metal swing.
Gun blazing,
for what?
He was fucking with me first, worse than the worst, so I opened them up in the
L's out of town.
Each inch of ground is danger.
MOB to the death, yeah.
Yeah, with one up in the chamber.
Which one of these suspicious characters you know? Me neither, so keep the heater low cause I know you see them. P.I.G. Ice grilling me, thinking that I had no idea he was a D. Cause he young up in the face, talking job and rockin' waves. Sport a sensilated vest and let his jewels shine halfway. He got the partner by the name of Dirty Harry, who twin brother Larry shoplift everything he could carry. But remember Dirty Harry got a partner by the name of Kurt.
Kirk is a captain that does undercover work.
You be moonlighting,
high stake fight gambling,
moving OZs for G's. This is where you panhandling.
He harassed us, robbed us, and poppy up the meat lock.
Watched us,
deny us,
and put fake charges on us.
Beat homicide, cruising by in the Mark 5.
See your fingers in the back, pointing fingers as they drive by.
Crime preventers, supposedly bonus winners. Penis in the substate and give a stiffer sentence.
As they contemplate, I draw the blueprints to movement. Stand with my PNC and get ready for the revolution.
The revolution will not be televised, will not be televised, will not be televised, will not be televised. The revolution will be no rerun, brothers. The revolution will be live, live.
Revolution, a premeditated scheme. Introduce a drug called crack to us ghetto teens. Got a law for raw niggas now. Play of what it be like. When niggas see they got us bleeding with 3 strikes. Can't seem to focus, hopeless. With violent thoughts I wrote this. Got these devils petrified, hiding from my hocus pocus. And so I learned to earn my currency in overtime. Affiliated, clearly click a military mind. May God forgive us though we dwell inside a paradox. Thugged out and drug dealing from the womb to the block. My live mind got me surviving 5 rounds. My 45 got me fortified with live rounds. When shit stick, we plot hits. When my Glock spits, all hell, I don't bail, rap the Tupacalypse. Forever ghetto necessary, picture food stamps. Outlaw thug niggas never left the boot camp.
For assignment, one of the squad's finest. Skills in guerrilla warfare and blessed with refinement. My rap sheet contains sections of armed sessions. Says I'm responsible for blacksmith and Wesson. Putting local youths in the military state of mind. Dangerous like chronic and yard when combined. Poco brothers on the borderline. Touch the sound and you're dead same time.
Man to man, I'm facing the devil with a plan. Judo stance, first glance, I make it my advance. Animal instincts, intelligence of an assassin. Masked ninja style surround me, ready to attack. I react swiftly. What father told me sticks with me. Never forget the method, stick and move strictly. Shit be seeming like it's closing in. With no regrets, I hold position, cause I suppose I'm one of a chosen man. Picture being put in a position to move. And you can't move, cause your move is blocked by the night at 12 o'clock. That's when the madness begins, so I start to focus in. My thoughts on the war, cause the rule is the law. And the law that we live by is to stay true to self. In this case, be the eye. Why try if your body lie? By the block, true soldier mentality. This is how we rock.
In the days of the strange, when nothing stays the same, when new faces come through with similar game, and who you thought was them really ain't they. Catching deja vus of the game people play. It's a call for readjustment, fine tune your position. You slipping and tripping instead of bobbing and dipping. You never let this world of stress get the best of me. Taking breathing techniques, slay you with Tai Chi.
What does it take to get the break in the world of snakes and those who fake elimination? I'm facing destruction. Outlawed, so I'm ducking down from Popers busting. No one to trust it. Rushing to the goal line. Catch a nigga, beat him, treat him like he stole mine. No swine, I'm a soldier, told ya I control mine. Time to take you back into time. Follow this here. One way out, this black hole. For this black soul, shit is out of control. I'm fighting for my position to be a fetus in this world I'm entering. And my face is sentencing for repentance. Before my body was fully formed into a human, I was already consuming weed, cause my mom used to smoke back in the 70s. Maybe that's why in the 90s I dropped G's when I dropped degrees. When I ease across the block with pot and got all y'all niggas shot. You didn't think Boot Camp Clik would link with the outlaw mind. If you do, you press rewind, and you can peep guerrilla tactics in every line, every line, every line, every line.
Say what? Side, where you at with my real thugs? Where you at? Where you at with my real thugs? Where you at? Where you at with my real thugs? Where you at? Drug dealer. Where you at? So motherfucking do it to him. Do it to him. They know the way we do it to him. We do it to him.
Can it? Attack mode. Time to strike like a cobra. Poisonous venom into your system, killing you slower than niggas with blowers to your juggler. My brother's keeper, but I put my brother to sleep if my brother try to creep up. You know me, son, show respect when I'm rocking Napoleon. Steamrolling on niggas, my team straight blowing them. Got them throwing their guns in the air like Onyx. Chef Smith and Wesson crime shit, New York's fine.
Let me warn y'all, killers upstairs. I see all y'all heavy like fuck, thinking my niggas might floor y'all. Blow your ammo, Shalar see the guard, block commando, handle, gun on my leg, blow his hand off. I'm looking at you wild like fuck. You probably think I'm high, seems luck. Chain around my neck, bought it from Egypt. Need what? Hennessy drink, mahogany guns, we trees up. Come out your shirt, buckle knees up. This Casablanca rap nigga, throw some G's up. Less poly, slow-mo status, bring the keys up. Wondering runners is looking mighty greased up. Right, stupid? FBI tell a visa.
Fake money, niggas hold a gun. Full of licks, bust your dick, drop your ones. Your baby need new shoes and an outfit. I see you stick the kids, you can't wait the dick lick. You see my set of twin hitmen from Bushwick. 2 chicks with the 22 text, bitch. You heard about them. Now open up the circle so the dice can breathe. Pay you double if you triple, if you push, you pay me. Got a poly with your booty, stack your loot up. Get your weight up, big up, pull your boots up. When you step into the club, put your guns up. Put intentions on the mind and raise the roof up. You gotta keep it in the fan and stack your loot up. Get your weight up, big up, pull your boots up. When you step into the club, put your guns up. Put intentions on the mind and raise the roof up. Raise the roof up.
Raise the roof up. Never before we came to raise the roof up. Raise the roof up. Raise the roof up. Still in all, we came to raise the roof up.
Manot the flash,
gun in the stash, holding for Mohad.
Tech, while you slap fire out them, hold fast.
These niggas gotta pay the hard way.
Free the hard way, your law swinging on them like a San Diego.
You heard what the guards say, let's start this. Professional marksmen swimming like killer sharks. We lethal and heartless, on point like a dart, bitch. Bomb your camp if you want this. Connect with convicts on some dark shit. Respect the camouflage cat to get the money and stack. Go to war like Saddam if he pushed to do that. Keep his movements discreet when he out in the streets. Had the stash built the high heat for those who creep. Keep the ghetto bastards running your crib like 2 maskmen. I run with a tech and we ain't asking, we blasting. Chef brought the extra cannon from Staten. Rhyme official live broadcasting, making it happen. You gotta make power moves, black guns and cash rules. Hold my 8 straight, cause I've been paying dues. Waves came from way back, trying to see your mail stack. Miami money cash to leave you laying down flat. Got a poly with your crew to stack your loot up. Get your weight up, big up, pull your boots up. When you play it in the cut, put your guns up. With intentions on your mind to raise the roof up. You gotta keep it in the fan and stack your loot up. Get your weight up, big up, pull your boots up. When you play it in the cut, put your guns up. With intentions on the mind to raise the roof up.
Raise the roof up. Raise the roof up. Says the Lord, we came to raise the roof up. Raise the roof up. Raise the roof up. Says the Lord, we came to raise the roof up. Raise the roof up. Raise the roof up. Raise the roof. We had to raise the roof up. Raise the roof up. Raise the roof up.
Shit is multi.
We came to raise the roof up.
Your roof,
your roof is on fire. Don't need no more. Your roof is on fire. Don't need no more.
Bucktown, USA is the place where I rest. With thorough thugs, cat slugs through their chests. And any day just may be the end. See the grim reaper be creeping these streets of Timz.
You run them diamonds in them gems.
Get up in them tech, keep cowards in check. Earn this respect, I told you why I rap. Cause I was raised with a one-track mind and one black now.
I'm from the streets where the average man can become a killer. And it'll be your own fam to get you for the skriller. And my niggas, the double law crew, rape and rob like they want to. Because that's what we into. And what my mans do, I can't control that. You know that I love all my peoples that show me love back. But disrespect tech, then I'm spitting at all. I'm from bad style mode, just thought I'd remind y'all. Home where the grass is greener, and all the gods on earth choose to call it Medina. The place where I received my roots, got put on to this dude and got my first 10 boots. See me in the GS300 on the side of the road, getting harassed by po-po. Home of my BCC and first family.
What it is, home's kill it, cause this pain we bring to them, they gon' feel it. It's a rude awakening, nobody say fuck around, I thought my Timberland printed to your face. First time through the door, we all brought wreck. Check the first video, I'm dripping the steel tech. Home with the homicide, where the drama ride, the original, insane criminal.
Gun blazing, Wanted worldwide for hell raising, hot like Cajun. ST the amazing, raised in Brooklyn by thugs and crooks, and who mugs be looking for straight
and
trauma.
love to walk the streets with the armor.
Ringing alarm, revolution in Brooklyn, firestorm, troop on as we bomb like Saddam. First fan, Smith and Wesson, Little Fame, Billy Dance, Tek and Steele, through the battlefield.
Strong, we still standing.
Home where the grass is greener, and all the gods and earth choose to call it Medina. The place where I received my roots, got put on to this loot and got my first 10 boots. See me in the GS300 on the side of the road, getting harassed by po-po. Home on my BCC and first family. We going all out, throwing down till we fall out. We brawl out, draw heat to send enemies to the morgue house. Homicide on the scene, squad cars for the area, mass hysteria. My team will bury ya.
I hate to worry ya, prepare for the havoc. If anybody move, I'm letting everybody have it. It's all tragic when I'm stepping with the semi to work them and hurt them in ways the Lord won't forgive me.
For sinning with my peeps, but the dogs gotta eat. The calico is sweet, put air under your feet. And leave you bubbled up, have your family huddled up. The Mac twin ones make the shots double up.
I'm game tight, it's Mr. Fizzy Woe, say the name right. When it's on, I'ma hit him and split him the same night.
Shanghai!
We do it broke lane style, so when the guns pop till I'm all ducked down, we throw Bucktown.
Home where the grass is greener, and all the gods and earth choose to call it Medina. The place where I received my roots, got put on to this loot and got my first 10 boots. See me in the GS300 on the side of the road, getting harassed by po-po. Home on my BCC and everybody that I fuck with is family. First family.
Yo, what's banging? It's your boy Bang, world famous MOP up in this motherfucker. That nigga Fizzy Woe up in this motherfucker, you heard? Right about now, you checking out the sound on Take It Personal. Shout out to the Philly Flavor, Kevlar, and DJ 360. Y'all turn that shit up, you heard? Nothing but classics.
Feel this. Brooklyn's in the house. Brooklyn's in the house. ST, supreme teacher, reaching like a preacher, seat you down, make it pay close attention to my ether. My aura illuminates, removing the snakes who lay in wait, loving their hate, but we still elevate, massaging the brain, utilize the wisdom contained through the knowledge of my circumference and how to maintain. Some nights I work with the understanding, build cipher like Charles Bronson, vigilante, ready to snipe ya. Ignite the marijuana, rolling cigar from Havana, Tony Santana, smoking in the Coco Cabana or in the sauna. After doing my calisthenics, universal metrics, first in the hex, cursing the sexes, accepting my blessings, remembering my lessons. Take my dog's suggestions when he told me keep my Smith and Wesson for protection. The streets is watching and they testing. They know when you're frontin' and when you're representing.
It's not where you be, or how you be, or who you be, or what you got. Unique sounds, grounds is high. We coming through, we tidal waves in this rap shit. Now how you be, now who you be, and where you be. You wanna get with the brothers, that's the illest. The microphone, have sex with my lyrics. Hit shit off, first move is doggy style. No premature ejaculation lasts for a while. Flipping and turning and splitting in all type positions. Grabbing and tugging and yoking in all type of missions. Crazy. Nah, I'm not that type of brother. My verses when they out in the streets, they carry rubbers. I heard you dripping, your rap style got gonorrhea. Exploitations of nations, look at this, it's here, yo. 7 days around the clock, ass all in the videos. I know you like it, I do too, love the cheese, yo. But this is hip-hop, stop it, go make a porno. Not player hating, on the mic, I'm player scraping. Nobody's seen it, while Leon's changed the zeniths. I bounce styles that's sexual, plus I'm intellectual. Thoughts transverse to physical, I keep it spiritual. I got the mops, you bust the Dutch, I got the hydro. I just sit back on tracks and let it flow. It's never where you be, or how you be, or who you be, or what you got. Unique sounds, grounds are high. We coming through, we tidal waves in this rap shit. Now how you be, now where you be, who you be. I give you agony, agony, agony. You wanna run with me? Constantly, constantly, constantly rolling the frontal leaf. You know it's beef when you getting stomped, losing teeth. Because you sweet and you ain't got no claims to the street. You's the type to get shot and go explain to the cops. Come to court every day, make sure a nigga get locked. But I thought you had that big lock, that you bust the whole lot. Then why my niggas sitting up in that little cell block? I'm telling you, the world is a spot for split aches. Niggas who hit ain't do anything, they get the pit aches. Love to see me down and out, blood in my mouth. Steez all sweated out, tied up in my house. Can I live and still give? Take my team on sprees, twisting out skis out of custom drop top V's. You know the pedigrees, Forest State blowing the dick. With BGS is the squad, dice stay on the set.
Of them still down in the valley of dry bones. Them are scribes and Pharisees, them are throw stick and stone. They gonna melt like snow cone. Them inna the countdown, say this a the final show the hound. Well, some a say them a star, them love car, them a war and a blur. Them now go really reach for her. Well, enough of them a buffoon, them a goon cartoon. Them now put out no conscious tune. You fi warn them. If them no listen, so we scorn them. We gonna stay far from them. I know that we are kings and we love nice things, but we not sell out for no diamond ring. Yo, I got that alone in me mind. So any which part me go, me a go shine. Trust me, we don't fear nothing. So no boots up yourself like you a go do me something. We turn them off like me turn off me light. Can't control the better part of me life.
Dig it, bring it in, I got to get up for this one. Yeah. On some BK shit. Fucking with that. Fucking with that. Yeah. DBIC. CDs and Cocoa Bees on that we don't give a what shit. Never luck shit. New Navigator truck shit. Spit rounds the clowns, y'all better duck quick. Strictly underground is all that I fuck with.
What bitch? Smith & Wesson aimed at your fitted. Hit your brain when we spit it. Split your frame in a minute. Too insane to be committed. We sick with it, swift with it, slick with it, thick with it, flip get hit with it.
Hold presses, my niggas put holes in vests. Things go through your clothes, leave your cold and chestless. Bones ineffective, don't work no more. Plus your hands too shaky, you ain't built.
Yeah, infrared beams. I kill them like Christine. Spit steam. Shit on your scheme. Split cream. M16. Cause you to lean. Talk to your team with raw tactics. Wild like cactus jackets with a Mac under my mattress. Yo, it's war.
Brooklyn is where we from, son.
Shit is war.
We get it on, we don't run.
Hey, yo, it's war.
Hit your ass up with big guns and we don't stop bustin' till them clips are done.
Hey, yo, it's war.
Brooklyn is where we from, son.
Shit is war.
We get it on, we don't run.
Hey, yo, it's war.
Hit your ass up with big guns and we don't stop bustin' till them clips are done.
CDs, CBs, Hennessy, plenty weed, new V's, TVs, hoochies, jewelry, ST, UG, Tall Man, Smokey, BK, NYC, Hydro, Nestle, flow so deadly, sharp like machetes, roast them Z's, coast on beats like jet skis, ST float like Jet Li, shred shit to confetti, my military, 9 send you to the cemetery.
Niggas know that CDs rap for real, where we from Brooklyn, so y'all best to chill. About to lock shit down with the Tek and Steele. Disrespect in my army will check your grill. Duck down when it happen, Bucktown, gun clapping. We tag team matching, whether rapping or scrapping. Stop acting, captain, before your ship gets sunk. Better dash or that's your ass once I pop the trunk.
Hey, yo, it's war.
Brooklyn is where we from, son.
Shit is war.
We get it on, we don't run.
Hey, yo, it's war.
Hit your ass up with big guns and we don't stop bustin' till them clips are done.
Hey, yo, it's war.
Brooklyn is where we from, son.
Shit is war.
We get it on, we don't run.
Hey, yo, it's war.
Hit your ass up with big guns and we don't stop bustin' till them clips are done.
Yo, mangle, musical massacre, murder, hit like Ray Mercer, spray the burner, Ike Turner, slap ya, raps original like gun clappers, we fun stackers and hang with chain snatches and face slashes. My niggas wreak havoc, my speech is magic, breathe tragic lines, ease in the nines, leave with your shine, it's real MCs, dwellers, cocoa bees, gin, sex and weed, you know the scenes.
Hit you while you're peeling off. It's the voice that keep your chicken kitten moist. God forbid my team come through with busy matizzies, 40 shot glizzies, masked up and leather get busy, clearing your stoop. Shot sounding like a salute. Shoot the swoosh off your Nikes and the tree off your boot. I can tell you how a coupe feel flushing the yuck, and I ain't gotta be brawling just to fuck you up.
Hey, yo, it's war.
Brooklyn is where we from, son.
Shit is war.
We get it on, we don't run.
Hey, yo, it's war.
Hit your ass up with big guns and we don't stop bustin' till them clips are done.
Hey, yo, it's war.
Brooklyn is where we from, son.
Shit is war.
We get it on, we don't run.
Hey, yo, it's war.
Hit your ass up with big guns and we don't stop bustin' till them clips is done.
Tek and Steele, what up? I love y'all. I ain't
tell you that I'm loco, brother. I keep a Tek and Steele like the Coco brothers. My niggas still Smith and Wesson than me. Hard-headed, the God bodies couldn't teach a lesson to me. Our kids couldn't reach me, neither could the church boys. I was outside with a gun, moving at work, boys. What up, naughty head, bullhead, beer men? Some niggas sizzling us, we pants men. Fried to a fricassee, and I know I'm wicked, so I don't wear rosary or thicker beads. No crosses, no Bible or Quran, just survival on my mind with a gun up in my palm. All spiritual, nigga, I'm all lyrical. Dying, come back, I'm the ghost, I'm all miracles. I told them I could stay at Medusa, they think I'm high, but I'm really trying to stay in the future and shoot you.
I'll take that shit out on Sunday.
And now the DA wanna chase, cause the way I beat the case was a slap in the face. And now we looking like an asshole, hotter than Tabasco, trying to stop the cash flow. But I'm cooler than the other side of the pillow. He wanna give me years that end with a zero. And it's a trap trying to get rich. You got rats and all types of bullshit. The connect slow, or the money short, or they wanna play for the shit they brought. Better stop buying in the rations. Multiply, then divide into fractions. Got opportunities to go global. Heard it click and switch the chip into mobile. Shake the feds off my coattails. Tell a little homie who to see for a remote cell. Now that's
Stop like this, would I never miss?
Listen. A lot of whack niggas rapping now and I know why. One cornball pop so the rest wanna go try. All praises due to a law, no bow tie. Whole family stay stoned, I'm so sly. Cry now, cry later, no laughing. Cocaine hills in the crib, so Aspen. No acting, Bokeem Woodbine. Blow caps back and your whole damn team die. Slave master, I sell white girl. I don't eat hair, motherfucker, I might Earl. Sean Price, I got the murder flow. Rap president, rule the world, Curtis Blow. Give a fuck about nobody, I hold shotties. Upstate New York is where I throw bodies. Sean Grimey, nigga, rape you, make you say it again. Ron Isley, nigga, now that's hard. Fuck out of here.
I remember when the bars was hard. Now rap cats play guitar, singing songs for broads. Video fixing, she follow the stars. Said she wanna be a Barbie doll, Nicki Minaj. What's happening now? No rerun the raws. When you hear that clapping sound, won't be no applause. I don't be with bodyguards, but my body is guard. Body everybody that's in the squad. The bottom line is my signature. You're miniature, you're a caricature. I don't listen to y'all, rapper listen to Sean. Pete told me fuck rap and get the missiles and bombs. Don't get involved with niggas riffing in songs. I don't battle rap, I rat-a-tat in middle of war. The stripes and bars cover the scars. General Stonewall, Chrome 4 cover the palm, and that's hard.
Yo, check this out, y'all. It's the Soul Brother #1 Pete Rock. Checking out Take It Personal show. Holla at your boy. Peace.
Smoking high, me I flee. Smoking guns, cocoa bees. Who wanna look like, wanna act like us? Wanna be like, roll the tweeds like us? Wanna talk like, wanna walk like us? Wanna flip like, get a grip like us? Wanna act like, hold the black like us? Wanna rip like, shake shit like us? Wanna bust like, you ain't rough like us? Tek and Steele, 1-on-1, smoking guns. Ding, that's the sound of the bell. Oh shit, it's all you heard before you fell to the canvas. All washed up like my dirty drawers and pants get. Try to challenge, get damaged. Plain and simple, with bandages around your temple. Easily erased out the picture like pencil. Beat me once, saw me again, got your pistol. I put permanent fear in your heart like a dim.
Son, hold my AV, let me rock this nobody. Coming out the closet trying to stop my money. Acting like it's sweet cause he ain't see me in the streets. Spit that blood out and get back up on your feet. You call me, I was there on some Candyman shit. Wear that ass out in front of your kids and your bitch. Earth you to the boards, put the temp to your jaw. Walk away, parlay in front of Ahmed.
We don't give a what about you. Tell them niggas who sent you, let them come. Have them all open wide like dentists. Heard they work for cheap, think I might rent you. If you feel I disrespected you good, I meant to. Nigga, I wish you. Talk about running for guns, get your bank head bounced like insufficient funds. Left ass out of home begging like bums. Done off, swept off the floor like crumbs.
I'm from NYCITY, stay high, lazy eye, ghetto celeb, rap guy from Bed-Stuy, splashing 2 lines. Don't need no long rhymes, losing your attention, taking up your time. I get mine and breathe, bout it like P. Too many wanna be me, wanna flow, glow, hold dough like Smokey. Fly cross seas, blow show with BCC. But you can't be, you heard me, you soft like Pirate. You ain't getting money and you have no courage.
Let me
Beatminerz. Introducing the one who gets you buzzed like a Lucy. Same height, same weight, same fight skills like Bruce Lee. Try me. I'll be ready for those who wanna harm me. Don't toy with me. Wanna be all you can be, join the army. I swarm like bees, plus sting too. Bring crews, I blow them out like hankies. Knock you like cops.
For the longest I've been waiting to take it to these Jamaicans. Corner eyeballing on the move that we was making. Thinking that we lost it cause our line was closed. Can't stop a hungry nigga with nothing to live for. I'ma see that dope. Many hustles I know. 3-car loan shark, white chalk and CeeLo.
Yo, I think I take this time to remind you not to step out of line. Test mine, crime stoppers won't find you. Before we come kicking your door to the floor, throw you to the wall, making you our prisoner of war. Cut you too short to take walks with tattoo. Attack you from your front, open your back with my scaffold. Snatch two niggas from your crew if they got anything to do with motherfuckers coming back to avenge you. I intend to get down for my temple, keep a strong mental when dealing with evils that men do. Them who fail to comprehend, I recommend you. Remember you're dealing with men who will send you off in the coffin. Cause but too often niggas are getting lost in this costing. Body parts from anybody that starts. We play the hackers, taking rappers apart. Dissect them from they wreck them till they next double check them. Make sure shit's correct and direct them to the section with the sessions and progression when you come to get blessed by Smith and West. Brace yourself for the awesomest pair. When Cocoa Bees pawn deck, put the trees in the air. This time we came to represent the place we from. Bucktown, New York, take the narrow and run. Now, take a step to respect this pedigree. Steps up, pioneers in the industry. General Steele in the V, Smokey, my P&C. Last in Big Pit, Nino Storm. We roll up a dub sack right before we have to perform. Me and the band that I just mentioned, we get it on in these Brooklyn trenches.
We regulate when you tell Jake got structure. Pay a cake, send about 8 through the touch ya. For playing po-po, you got the go-go. You felt the fofo, we skate out on the low-low. We move out with tools, thugs, and drugs. Low slugs, twist up, and I spread my love. That's the BK way, the only way I know how to be. See me in the Scun of Brooklyn on the side of me. Break.
Witness as hip-hop spreads from America, the UK, and even Tibet. Some fake politicians label it as a threat with the attack of the last Tek, Steele, and Tek. I went from West Philadelphia to Bucktown. Daddy O said, hit him with the rough sounds. Bobby Simmons, co-beat the drums down, or go Emperor to shut the whole club down. Prince Paul brings the cuts in, scratches in, attacking it. Man, you know where the action is. Back and forth as the DJ spins, we attempt to make history once again. Break.
Is our hometown. Strong arm, that's how we get down. Spit rounds, 6 pounds with big pounds. Stuff grams, up mounds for the greyhounds. With that butter shit, off-white color shit. Find a town, smother it, want some gutter shit. Like spider webs, I hang in the hood. That's what separate the rapper dudes you can and I could. Got a type that smoke dirt, easy to beat murk. Run around with broke below the guns that don't work. Deserve to be hurt, kidnapped and stored. Gun butted with the 80 and beat up in the public. Break.
Hip-hop music. It ain't nothing like hip-hop music. It ain't nothing like hip-hop music.
Last step found a way with the rhymes I say to straight mutilate mics and fight urban decay. I make the crowd sway in a dangerous way, point blank, cause ain't a game motherfuckers don't play. I create fresh rhymes with a lava method. I put it out. A few rappers try to catch it. The type of MC that they don't invite to sessions. I come real, and they're just composite sketches. We brought the band back for a live track. It ain't a dat, man. Y'all niggas can't rewind that. Who got the heat now? Y'all know where to find that. And you can catch me out back with a dime sack.
It ain't nothing like Bucktown music. When you smoking on a 9-5 cruising, or when you with a dime chick getting booted.
in the big truck system up booming. You like it cause you choose it. Many commercial MCs misuse it, but the name of the game is rapture. You rap actors meet these rap masters. Break.
Cause at the boards is the man they call a Mario. Cause at the boards is the man they call a Mario. Cause at the boards is the man they call a Mario.
ST, what I represent. NY, hold it down for my peeps in the Ville and do or die. Hold the record, let it be known. Chrome's conceal, and any one of these niggas can blow your grill. Show your skill. You want more? Hold your steel. You want more? Unload text. You all can feel. Raw deal. You all peel. Run for the hill. Run for your shield. The battlefield's blasting at will.
Smoke dog, you know my name out. Be the same till the day that I'm laid down. Niggas push me to the points, got a spray round. Take a street like for a game, acting like clowns. Always playing, you ain't busting off, just shooting the breeze. Cause you scared of the repercussion after we squeeze. You ain't been through what I did just to get where I'm at. Streets where I rap and PK where I be at. Cause Brooklyn where we live at. Juggling and get trapped.
Yeah, please, we keep it. Come on.
Handling the big ass.
Yeah.
My army got my big ass.
Hey yo, stay up on the ground, faggot. See, bullets being spitted from us niggas in this game that's committed. Now which niggas with it? Enter my grounds. Let me show you what's really going down, you bunch of clowns. Frontin' like you really hot. Understand, can you really not? Hype is all you really got. Blow your spot, we pack it in like the circus. Basically, niggas and the chicks love the way we work this. Spit that official rap shit from the what? Rap context. Knock the door with your nonsense. The hot shit I spit at you, it's bound to hit you. And half the members in your crew, yeah, we out to get you. Dry mills, stay up in my sessions. I stay finessing just in case I gotta teach a lesson. No question, competition mean nada. You make it hot for me and my team, we make it hotter. Yo,
Queen is where I be at. Don't be fair. I'm at the cousin when I'm with that. Yo, sorry. You gotta blow up, let me hit it. Hey, yo, South Jamaica, I'm committed. Bandana, Yankee fitted. Queen is where I be at. I'm at the cousin when I'm with that. So sorry. You gotta blow up, let me hit it. Hey, yo, South Jamaica, I'm committed. Bandana, Yankee fitted.
What we live is what you read about.
And any time of the day, we bring the heaters out.
My nigga stacked his dough, then he bought the Beamer out.
Now you wondering what Coco B's about.
Coco B, R-double-O, K-L-Y-N with a couple hoes. Tired of copping weed bags, had enough of those. Invest in a few pounds or a couple old. My niggas hustle most aggressive and keep the toast on point for the beast and whenever beef approach. If you want me, you can find me in the reaper smoke. Chrome close, anyone compete, reach your ghost.
Hold my heights and capers, Smokey Live B, one of the greatest. Can't tell you all the things my niggas do for the papers. Wild rocks look like Raiders, ain't got models for ladies. Come through in fresh wears, always driving the ladies. From the days of mountain bikes with Timz on my feet. Moving the heat, couple B's influence the speech. During the week, catch me in the park getting sex. Better rally style over the bar, behind the neck. Out in Brooklyn where we live at. Juggling and get trapped. Handling the big ass. My army got my big ass. Brooklyn where we live at. Juggling and get trapped. Handling the big ass. My army got my big ass. Where we live, what you read about.
And any time of the day we bring the heaters out.
My niggas stacked up his dough and brought the Beamer out.
And now you're wondering what Coco B's about.
Brooklyn's in the house. Brooklyn's in the house. Brooklyn's in the house. Brooklyn's in the house.
Hey, thanks for tuning in to a special episode on Take It Personal. Next up is our PG-13 show. That's right, this one is for the kids. No curses, heavy subject matter, just another way we give back and remind you all that tip is for the children. Let's see how many times Kevlar has to donate to the swear jar. I think we may all get rich. Kev. Often imitated, never duplicated. This is Take It Personal Radio. Roger the announcer.